West-northwest.
Workflow.
West-northwest.
morning. Good morning, traders. How we doing? Tuesday, May the 19th. Tuesday, May the 19th. A little slower in pre-market. Had some plays hot, spicier earlier on, but we've seen some pops and drops, and I think we're going to get exactly what we've been getting, which is former runners, more so than anything. CODX here spiking here now at the top of the hour, so we do have CODX. INM not really doing too much. That was straight up and now sideways. CODX, we'll see what we get from it now. New mover here. Alright, let's get to it. So we're going to go with AMST top gainer. We got RUBI that just popped up. W&W, it's kind of coming back on down. MTVA, that's coming back on down, but we'll go over it. Which one could we have up here? We'll go with AIO to the right with QC to the right. W&W, that's our way back on down. RUBI is pretty far back on down, but holding. We'll go RUBI actually right there for now. AIOQC, W&W, HCAI, but we got to go CODX. That's now rolling pretty good. We're going to keep that on watch. CODX. W&W is all the way back on down. All right, well, that's good enough for now. This will give us a little bit of a start. So CODX taking the mob right now. All right, here we go. Let's get to it. All right, over to small caps today. We have a few new runners. It's going to, again, same thing as last few weeks. We got former runners that I think we'll look at more so later on in the day, and then we got a few new runners to add to the list that I think later in the day we don't look at all, and maybe we add one to the list that we'll be looking at Friday into next week. Top gainer on the day is IMST. We've got INM, RUBI, W&W, CODX, MTVA. Those will be the top ones that I look at, and I'll go over for you other than former runners. To your top gainer, and again, now we're finally looking at low floats again. Everything I'll alert today is a low float play. Hold on a sec here. Oh my God, Easy Go just had a reverse split. Easy Go just did a reverse split, team. Easy Go, remember this play that I was short last week? They did a reverse split. Look at this from last week. This is hilarious. Look at Easy Go. I just was looking at it and stopped the alert. Wow, that is hilarious. One thing I want to pay attention to, W&W is up today. Remember, I actually shorted that W&W right around $2 when that play was going up and down and all over the place about a month ago. 2 months ago. I think it was back in March. I shorted that around the $2 mark. And the thing sold off all the way down to around, if I'm not mistaken, W&W sold off all the way around like to 2 or 3 cents, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, because it came down to the $2 area, essentially, is what you're seeing. Is that would have been 2 or 3 cents. Anywho, Easy Go just did the same thing. So Easy Go literally just did the same thing. Go check out Easy Go's chart. And the fact that it's up today is laughable. But yes, go check out that it was at 565 just a couple of Wednesdays ago. I shorted it at the 50 cent mark as it went all the way down to 2 or 3 cents. And here it is trying to pop up this morning Very funny stuff right there. Wow. Hold on, let me get the stock up here. What do I have up here? We're gonna go with GBA. Right, that's good. Okay. All right, your top gainer on the day. We do have low floats. AMST. Did report earnings, year-over-year increased Q3 earnings, so this could maybe continue to climb up. But again, that's all this has is earnings from after hours, and it has a good spike. We're going from 80 cents essentially all the way up in after hours, so about $1.50, and then that plateau that we really had all throughout pre-market, right at about $1.60, I guess we'd really call it, would have been such a great bounce play. We just never came back down to it. So if we do crack the 205 support this morning, watch the 205 crack. That's your main support. If we crack it, there's nothing to hold this up all the way down to 160. On the way down, or up today, I should say now, on the way up, 250 resistance. Over that, strong at 275 into 280. Over 280, watch for a pop just over 3 to around 3 to 310. And then we have that 340 pre-market high. Over 340 in pre-market high. Watch for a spike up today to 360. Over that, I think we go straight into the 4s to around 420 and then 450 because the low float could really come into play. And then over 450, this play could really start to get juicy. Over to your number 2 top gainer, which is INM. Go over to INM this morning. It was straight up and then straight out to the right. So in my opinion, when I see these in the upper and lower VWAP band have caught the play, you can see that. Really, really tight. Lower support at 165. Top resistance right at around the 205 to 210 mark. If we crack back under 165, there's really nothing to hold this play up. Down to 150, and then under that, it could crash away. Over 210 for INM. Again, another low float play right around 3 mil this play is. Over pre-market high, watch for a spike up to 250. Strong resistance at 2.5. Over 2.5, watch for a spike up to around 275. Over 275, resistance at around 315 to 320. If we get over that, which I doubt we do, watch for a spike up to 350 for INM. Over to your number 3 top gainer, Ruby in the Sky with Diamonds almost always gives back gains. It'd be one today I almost want to just short to see if it cracks back under the 370 mark because there's really nothing to hold this play up under 370 and just going back in past chart history here recently. What would be able to hold this play up under 370? Watch for a move down to 340. Under 340 down to around 325. And under that, then we go back down to 3, if not below 3. Ruby in the Sky with Diamonds never really holds up. On the way up, really strong resistance for RUBI. Starts off at really right around the 530 mark. Over 530 is the first strong resistance. And over that, watch for that move up to 6 and pre-market high. 6 to 620. If we get over 620 in pre-market high, and you can see if you go back in past short history, this play does like to give back gains. Over 620 in pre-market high, there's really not a lot of resistance in past short history to hold this play down. I will say that. So it could roll if it does get over pre-market high, but again, it will, I promise, still give back gains. The next true resistance I see really over, and I'll go to the daily to make it look a little bit better than the 4-hour. Over pre-market high, there's not a lot, like I said, to hold this play down. Watch for a move first to around 650, over 650 to 7, over 7, somewhere around 7 to 720. And over that, that's where we could really take off to the 8s and start to roll from there. Now, again, does this play run? I doubt it because, all the plays we're looking at in pre-market aren't doing anything after the bell. Over to WNW, a play we've obviously just talked about seeing in the past, went from around $2 to $12 this morning on no news. $4 is the support as of right now. Resistance on the way up is at 480 area, 485. Over that, watch for a spike up. We have 6 resistance to 625. Over that, watch for a move to 7. Over 7, 760 resistance. And over 760, that's where we can really go gangbusters and start to run up into the 8s, if not close to around 10. Now, again, like I just said, how many of these plays are actually holding up an hour or two after the opening bell, especially when they have no news? So there was, I forgot what it was yesterday, a play that was in the bottom right-hand corner that did just start to run a little bit after the opening bell. Was it HCAI maybe possibly? That play that was up and then back on down yesterday, which we still could see that possibly happening again today with HCAI. Watch for that to happen to W&W, where this play could roll up close to pre-market highs like we had yesterday with HCAI, and I had a long and a short out of that, and that was the one spike in play we had. Last new one I'll go over is MTVA. MTVA, we've seen this one run in the past, of course. MTV. 155, we finally found some bottoms after keep cracking and cracking away on the way up. Resistance is going to be right around the I'll call it right around the 190 to $2 mark. 190 to 2 strong resistance into that VWAP. Over that 220 resistance, and then 240 to 250 resistance. So again, 190 into 220 area, and then 240 into 250. Again, I bet up another play that just stays channeled up today. One of these will try to ramp back on around and touch those pre-market highs that we've seen crack back on down. RUBI, AMST, W&W, MTV. One of these will run back on around. Just not a fan of any of them this morning, honestly. Yes, they all have low floats. All with around 5 mil or less. RUBI, W&W are both less than 1 million. Most of these plays are up on no news yet again. Just really coming into a May, it's some ugly stretch of some small cap stocks, to be honest, and not getting anything to run, especially on news. Getting some ugly charts out there, plays that pop up and crack back on down and don't do much in market. And then all of a sudden later on, we look at former runners, which I'm about to break down now.
Let's go over these stocks. I literally, this was a whole 20 minutes of waste.
Hey, Josh is here. Hey, Josh, welcome.
Hey, I just was joining you guys. I just saw that you guys were, I was like, what is this roundtable?
Yeah, well, we come in here pretty much every day, Josh.
Okay.
This is like a scheduled event, pre-market poppers, but where we talk about what's moving in the pre-market, but we kind of have pre-market poppers in here every day. I know you're normally over on the, on the live stream, so yeah, it's good to see you.
Yeah, no, actually I do what's called morning alerts. So right now I do morning alerts and I have my own live stream, and so I'm going back and forth between like this stream and my own stream, my own Discord, and then I have TTP's Discord, and I saw that you guys, I'm like, what's this? I see pre-market poppers, and I was like, what's this round live now? And so I was like, I am curious as a kitten, just like the kitten on your page there, Miss Valerie. And so I was like, oh, I'll jump in here real quick, see what you guys are talking about, and I'll listen in for a minute. But yeah, I'm Mr. Curious, so I just was jumping in real quick to see what you guys are doing.
And I'm imbalance on the YouTube, by the way.
Okay, all right, love it. And Parker, who are you, Mr. Parker?
I am who I am.
All right.
Mr. Parker himself.
Love it.
I'm sorry, my voice is out, is shot, so I'm gonna try my best not to talk as much, but I don't think that that's gonna be possible, seeing that we're going over stocks.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna Val, what do you have in your watch list that you're watching that we can go over?
Well, we're waiting for you. On Tuesdays, Parker, so
okay.
Say I'm gonna talk as little as possible today.
I know. Okay, well, if you want me to start, like I said, my voice is hoarse and
cool. I'll let them continue to do their thing. There. All right, cool. Let's get to my thing now. All right, over to former runners here. Let's go to QUCI or QUCY. Still holding up though, although we're kind of getting a little archy where the higher low pattern has now stopped, and now we're coming back on down lower than the close from not only yesterday but also on Friday. Not good. Back under 280, watch for the short back down to right around 245 into the 240 area. Under that, watch for a crack back down to 190. Under 190 to 165. So this could up being a really good short today for QUCY. On the way up, 320 resistance, 350 to 55 resistance. Over that, watch for a spike into right around 4. Over 4, we have resistance at 430. Really strong at 450, and then $5. Former runner AIIO. Can we get off our boo-hiney today and get to squeeze mode here? Well, the key level is going to be getting back through yesterday's high and right around 630. If we run through that, we run to around 675. Over 675 to 750 we run, and over that, that's when we're going to run back into 875, close to 920, and last Thursday's high. It's kind of similar to the chart, at least for as far as the dip and pop back up we've had. It's just bigger when it comes to AIIO versus QUCY. AIIO, 460 support, and then down below at 425. Under 425, we head down to 385, and under that, down to 350. This one looks a little better as far as continuation versus QUCY. Those would be the main runners I'm looking at in the small cap sector today. My favorite plays right now are RUBI. RUBI in the sky with diamonds. Here comes the crackback. Like I told you guys, look for the short. Look for the short back under, what was it, the 375, 380 mark for RUBI in the sky. And here we come all the way now down to the 350 mark, and under 350, watch for more dumpage. The other one would be under pre-market lows on QUCY. That would be another trade to be had here soon. So we already are 1 for 1 on our RUBI. QUCY could be 2 for 2. Now, other trades we had short-wise would be looking for shorts up top. You know, say if W&W, MTVA, if RUBI maybe, AMST starts to pop up, be looking for shorts up top. Only other play I'd be saying for right now would be AMST. AMST, if this does continue to climb up, we have great support right around 210 to 205. And if this play can pop back up into the 270s or close to that, anywhere close to 270s, 280s, that 210 area would be a great bounce play. All right, what's up, Daza? How we going to you? That's really about it for small caps. We'll get to large caps right now. I don't really like anything at the bell. The only thing I would like would be more continuation on down from RUBI. Of course, I didn't enter that, but it'd just be nice to see. And then QC. So just really sitting back and watching and waiting here at the bell. Oh my God, look at Easy Go. Wow. Jeez, what dumps? What dumps? Just dumps. All right, let's go over to large caps here. SPY, Apple, AMD, ARM, B, Google. Man, my mind blank. Meta, Microsoft, MSTR, MU, where we at now? NVDA, Tesla, PLTR. Go through large cap plays right now. SPY looking to crack this uptrend channel would be a good juicy short. Leads you at least about a point though is the only thing. And if it cracks that, then we really get more points out of it. But watch for a crack underneath yesterday's low. Under 33.50. Under 33.50. Under 33.50, watch for a move down to 32. The low from last Tuesday, a week ago today. That'll be my normal low of day, 732 area. Ultimate low, then another 2-point drop down to 730. Under 730, watch for another move down to 728. $2 intervals on the way down today, essentially. 728 ultimate low of day. On the way up today, and we are starting to form that head and shoulders. I talked about this yesterday on my live stream and then on the TTP lunch recap. Strong resistance today comes in right around 736.50. Over 736.50 up to 737.50. Normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day goes back up to where it's really strong after hours and pre-market high. 739.50 to 740. There for traders. It'll be a good play right there, to be honest. All right, keep going through these. Apple here, again with the choppier chart, looking for the bounce plays or reversals up top. Reversals really at 300 or 301 would be sexy today, or the 303 mark. So either 301 or 303 for the shorts. For bounce plays, we just hit it, unfortunately. Right there at pre-market at 295. 295 is beautiful. 295 ended on 294 mark is your main support. And even if 294 cracks, we have more support on down. Support at 293.30. Support will show up again at 292 to 291.80 area. AMD still just overall with an ugly daily. Watch this though back under 410. Under 410, I don't see how we don't have a good pullback today, and we have a few points to work with here. The only thing I would see in the way of 410 is right around 407.50. Under 407.50, watch for more movement down. So I'll say we kind of get trapped and caught below 410 at 407.50. Under 407.50, we head down to right around 401. On the way up today, we are just overall in a daily downtrend where every day we make essentially a newer, lower high. Does that continue today? Well, that would mean today we stay under 420 if that's the case. So 420 normal high of day, ultimate high of day, we break that downtrend and move back up to 423.50 and then ultimately to 425 to 426. Ultimate highs there. Not seeing anything in the small cap space as of right now. Only thing is Ruby in the sky with diamonds for more short. Ruby for more short there. If anyone took the Ruby short, only thing for small caps. Just got the bill right there for small caps. Ruby was your best play like I talked about. Hopefully you guys got the Ruby short. RUBI, boom, down to 3. 80 cents right there for you into the opening bell for RUBI. That is your best play. Other than that, MTVA is starting to pop up just a little bit. Is about your only other play. CODX has found its way all the way back down to the ones, just trying to pop up a little bit, but by far your best play out of the gate is RUBI and Ruby. Oh, Ruby. Look at the dump. Did anyone get in Ruby? RUBI. Beautiful dump here. Beautiful Ruby. Let's fucking go. Look at Ruby go, team. Look at Ruby. Woo, hoo, 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 baby. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Ruby all the way down, just dumping back to 270 right now. This is your play of the day so far out of the bell. That's what I was saying. I like this play down today. RUBI, beautiful, beautiful short back on down now in the 270s. I think it hit the 260s. What a dump for RUBI here out of the gate. Again, if you ever see Ruby in the Sky with Diamonds, RUBI, know this play never holds up. That was stupid good right there. Best play of the day so far was Ruby. Obviously, we just started the day, but man. Oh, man-oh. Back to large caps, AMD with that squeeze out of the bell right here. Squeezing out of the bell. ARM squeezing out of the bell. So we're getting a lot of plays to pop up here out of the bell. On the way up, ARM today, I'm going to say after hours resistance and high is going to be your normal high of day. So right around 218. Right around 218 for your normal high of day. Ultimate high of day then runs up to 221.50. Over 221.50. Watch for a squeeze up to 225. We're talking barn burner day here for ARM. On the way back on down, we've already hit ultimate low of day. I don't think we get lower than 207.50. I'll say normal low of day is going to be watch for a bounce off 210. Oh, Aunt B. Aunt B. Aunt B just can't get it going. Aunt B need to watch us back under 248. Under 248, we got some crackacita to be had a lita. Under 248, watch for a good crack back on down. So 248 is going to be your main bounce area. If we do crack below pre-market, or not pre-market, if we crack below the little bit of movement we have here, yeah, that is pre-market low. That is pre-market low. If I want to make sure, yeah, 240, and that's almost right at yesterday's low. Under 248 is the crackacito. That then also, if you go back into May the 8th, 249 is the low that day. So if we crack below 248, there's really nothing to hold this play up. Watch for a good crack back underneath that. Reversals up top come in at 260. Maybe a hair over it for a short sauce for Aunt B. Over 260, watch for move up to right around 265. Oh my God. No! I should have traded Ruby. Oh, I should have traded Ruby. Oh my gosh. It's like, please tell me this play is not going to go all the way where it came back from, and I think it is. I think this play is going to see all the way back down into around the $172 mark. I like, yeah, now like you, T-Web, I wanted to kind of pop back on up, possibly to 4. I wouldn't have wanted that, no offense, out of the gate. I would have wanted this just to sell off. You know, I know what you're saying, but you should have entered it here. I'm just doing morning alerts, but this is kind of the entry area. I guess this was it, right? Yeah, the 380 shelf crack. Yeah, underneath that. This was the entry area. It's all good in the hood. That's why I was saying out of the gate, look for the short, because there was almost no chance for it to come up, because that's all it does is just dump. That's all we've, like, the shorts lately, that's all we've had too. We just got to get in before it dumps, because it just dumps. Over to Google. This is doing the opposite of the plays I've looked at so far, and this is crashing away really hard. I would have said the best bounce play is probably going to be right around, if I had to zoom out, man, probably, yeah, I guess somewhere in here, but that still isn't that great. I would have said 389 area, 389.50, and it's blowing right through that. And that's what happens here out of the opening bell some days. And you're already almost down 10 points from opening bell to where we're at now. The next support I have is going to be right at around 387 area. Right around 387. Under 387, watch for a crack back down to 385.80. And then under that, it could get even nastier and see under 85.80. Could see all the way back down to 381.50 to 380 area. So those would be your main areas and levels to use. Now on the way back on up, if we do bounce off 387 here, what's going to be resistance? Well, it should then be right back at that 389 mark. Then over that, watch for even resistance, in my opinion, coming in somewhere right around the 390, 150 mark. So those would be your resistance areas on the way up. And then over 90, 150, watch for a spike up to right around 93, 92.75 area. Those would be my main areas I'd use for the rest of the day, and I doubt she sees back over that 92.75 to 93 mark for a minute. Very bearish. Look to create a channel and chop back down below for the next 30 minutes, in my opinion, minimum. Finally. I'm like, what is going on this one? There we go. Over to Meta, still ugly sauce. Meta, finally one I can skip and say, yowza. Ugly, 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 ugly. Microsoft is finally starting to W-shape back on around. So watch Microsoft if this can get back up. Over, the main thing is going to be 428. If we can get back over 428, that's going to be great. So 428, I'm going to say is your normal high of day. 428.50 area, ultimate high of day, goes to 430, and maybe back up to 432.50, which we just hit as high of day. For your movement down, 424 support, right where we're at now. Under that, 420.75. 420.75, normal low of day, ultimate low of day, all the way goes back all the way down to 418, maybe even into yesterday's lows. MSCR looking to get trapped now in range bound, bouncing off of yesterday's low almost this morning. So I'd imagine if we do crack beneath 63.30, essentially today's low of day, watch for move down to yesterday's low in 62. 63.30 normal low of day, 62 ultimate low. On the way up, 168 resistance over 168 pre-market after hours high, 168.20 area. We have that even in market after the opening bell at 168.75. So it'll be tough resistance as we move even then at 169.75. Now over 169.75, that's where I think we get our first pop. That's over $1 for sure, which goes up to 171. Over 171, watch for a pop up to around 173.50. I'd go 168 normal high of day, ultimate high of day, watch for moving to the 170s. MU, the barn burner that is, off of yesterday's low here in pre-market, just squeezing straight to 7 hundo. Do have this multi-day consolidation pullback on down. I'm not surprised that we're finally getting that. 700 is going to be the key. Now, over 700, we run up to 708. Over 708, watch for the move up to 720. Over 720 to 730. Over 730, we go to 740, and over that to around 747. On the way down today, if we do see any sort of bounces, I right now wouldn't, besides that 660 mark, I don't risk the 663, we'll call it. What would be the bounce? I would wait to find one that gets created. Myron, I gave levels on AIIO earlier, Myron. So if you have to rewind the stream, Myron. I still have a few different tickers to go over. So on AIIO, rewind the stream. I gave my thoughts on that this morning in pre-market. And it's in the morning alerts too as well. Over to NVDA here. I think this play also gets chopped up and channeled up as well. Key main resistance areas 222.80, 223.80, and we have resistance into that 224 mark. Now, over 224, that's where this can pop up pretty nice to 225.50-ish area, maybe up to 226. I would say normal high 224, 223.80, and then down below, where we're going to have support. Well, we just had it at the opening bell, built up really nicely. We did go down to 219 out of the gate, but 219.50 is what I'd call it. 219.50 support. Under 219.50, normal low of day there. Ultimate low of day goes down to yesterday's low of 218. 218.20. Now, if we do crack that, watch for move down to last Tuesday's low, right around 215.50 to 215. Come on here, come on here. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? PLTR, still leave this play alone. Absolutely an ugly mess of a day trade. Let's go over to the cues for you futures traders, and it's a lot like SPY. Underneath yesterday's low, we'll call it 98.75 in pre-market low. Watch for a move down to last Tuesday's low of 696.80. I'm going to go normal low of day there. Ultimate low of day heads then down to 293.80 area. On the way up today, well, we just had resistance, and I think we're about to have it again earlier in pre-market, and now we're trying to push back through it at 702. 702 is trying to hold. Over 702, we go up to 704, and over that, in market high at 705 will be your normal high of day. Ultimate high of day goes to pre-market high of 706.65. Now over to Tesla. Tesla right at 450. The guys were calling for 500 any day now. That's why it's hard for me to ever say here's where we're going anymore. with these tickers, even with MUs and the SanDisk of the world. I think we'll get close. But I had so many guys on the TTP stream. Oh, here comes 500. I'm like, I don't mean it could happen, yeah. But if all these other plays are coming back down, I don't know that this is gonna be the singular play to move. On the way down today, 40150 area, 402 is trying to be support. Which, like right now where we're at, if we crack in market low, watch for a move down to 398, and under that we head down to 396.50 support. Under 396.50, this play could really get nasty and go down to 394.50 and then 392.50. It likes to hit those 50s I'm seeing. On the way up today, well, 406.50 resistance. Over 406.50, which we even have some at 405.50 where I have a forever line in at. Then the main resistance over that then comes up to 410. This play does look a little weak. I'm going to go 405 area that we just mentioned 405.50 to 406.50, normal high of day. Ultimate high of day back up to around the 409, well, we'll call it 410. Pre-market high, ultimate high of day. Large caps to trade at the bell would be the dump back below yesterday's low if we get that. Like SPY would be great if we crack back below yesterday's low. I would absolutely adore that. See if we get some nasty dumpage there. That's what I'd be looking for. Those plays underneath yesterday's lows and for more movement on down. For small cap plays, we'll get to that in a second. For small caps, see who takes the mob. Is it going to be CODX? We talked about double tops and sort of the top again. Well, CODX just had that. Ruby's not popping up at all. AMST tried to. QC underneath pre-market low in 280. We talked about that short. Right now, relatively no one has the mob. Sit back and wait. We talk about this for the last month plus. The mob winner shows up from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. pretty much every day. All right, let me go get a hat. Yes, Myron, and right now, nothing. Myron, essentially, there's nothing on AIIO. There's really nothing on it as of right now. Let me go get a cap on, and let me get my Vaporoonie, and I'll be right back, Rooney.
Because what, 268? If we get a pull back to VWAP, I might just take it.
Are you talking about Ruby?
Ruby? No.
Oh. Which one?
AMS.
right, here we go. Back. Here we fatten. Not doing what I wanted it to. That was the earnings play. If you do guys remember this one from yesterday, had a great move up yesterday, and then just did nothing so far after the earnings, and kind of came back on down. So I cut out of the fatten play, just so you guys know. Fatten just not getting fat enough for me. Other than that, really not seeing a lot else out there in the small cap market. We are getting the crackback from RUBI, QUCY, like I talked about, AIIO. Really not doing too much so far. Really has been a little bit slow or lackluster day. CODX is getting the mob. So CODX, a recent play right before the opening bell. We do see that quite often, obviously, in the small cap market. We see it quite a bit, actually. The last play that pops up before the bell ends up getting the mob a lot of the time because it is the most recent runner, right? Makes the most sense. Just makes the most sense. Just a mix of the most sense. Max rate bounce on W&W off the 390 area. Went a little lower than I expected. It was, let's see, W&W. I was watching that too. I have it up, but it's hard to have to like zoom into the chart. But yeah, they off that 390 mark, 385. Yeah, did good around on 360s or so, 370. And then, yeah, kind of made its way back on up to 5. That's the thing too. It's moved so much this morning. You have to really zoom in and you actually go, oh, that's a pretty good range right there. So we'll put this one on watch over here. There's just nothing holding up. Nothing. W&W might try to go. It's made that move. It might, but nothing is holding up today. Absolutely nothing is holding up today. And nothing giving us good opportunity for like bounce plays and stuff, Just not. The only play right now is CODX. CODX bounce play at 190, great. I don't know if it's going to happen. The other one right here at the 225 mark. So CODX does have some news this morning. It's not like it's crazy great news, but it's good enough. Something about Ebola. Of course, we've known about Ebola for a very long time. Ebola, whatever. I think maybe there are two different ones, Ebola and Ebola. Is there one that ends in I, right, too? Anyway, it's got news today. Did have earnings actually just here recently. I like the 225 mark, so I'll leave that in for a dip buy. We'll see if this ends up being the support for now at 25 5-day pre-market resistance, right? You can see that failing and now coming back pretty good from it all the way down to 190 overall before we find a bottom. So that is the one good thing we can look at today is, hey, we have to get a 60-cent retracement. So that would right now lead us pretty close to around this 220 mark, 270. It's about 50 cents. Or so, but if you go from 250 down to 190, that's 60-cent retracement for a bounce play. W&W would be the only other one for a shot. All right, so we have W&W looking to maybe squeeze here. CODX, recent play before the opening bell, had the mob to continue up. Looking also, if you go back and look at low floats today. W&W 470K float. CODX 3 million float. So that helps out. Watch W&W here over this $5 mark. This could be today's HCAI. Put that on the Discord. W&W on I want to be today's HCAI. All right. Oh, you little freaking booger ass, booger eating fool. All right, so sitting back and waiting. This may end up forming a head and shoulders too, with this being the shoulder, this being the head. So if you do want to just leave like forever orders in for the day down below, you know, that is nice. You know, you see 1, 2, 3 touch bottom and we go up. This is where you definitely want to go in like 190 and put orders in and say, hey, that's clear cut. You know, that is clear cut for me. I could see that from a mile away. Everyone should be able to see W and W's bottom right there. That sounds funny. So we can see its bottom. It sounds like we're talking about a baby or something. QC, here we go. It's just a little too slow and with volume for me, and you can tell you have to put it like in a 3-minute time frame, but we are getting that short under support, under pre-market low. Those are about your only decent plays for the day. Was Ruby on the way down, and then was so far now we're starting to get a little of the QUCY, at least for its predictability, I guess I should say. Yeah, and the 1 minute time frame is just really low volume. I went to it but hey, if you want to trade that, like I said, not bad under support. And when we finally cracked under it in the 1 minute time frame, when I go back to it, you actually got a pretty decent candlestick confirmation around 276. Not giving you the biggest of moves, but what's up, Ingrid, though? Myron, yep, my AI or AIIO really just not giving it to us, unfortunately. We can look at Lucy in the sky with diamonds. See if Lucy can, one of these plays can pop back up for a short. We can see if that is their potential for LUCY. I'm a little worried about the 225 mark now. Just to be honest, because we bounced right there. We're bouncing right here. So if we do take this, just know that as we move back up to this 240, whatever, this area will be resistance now. W and W not over 5. Blah. Margo's wanting to come in. Well, I'm telling you right now, the best player right now for the rest of the day, at least as of now, team, you know, is going to be this 190 bounce play. Shorting right now, W and W at high of day, I guess at 5. Margo! Not a bad idea. If the lower VWAP band was higher up, I would trust this area again. I just would be a little worried about this area holding up. That upper and lower VWAP band are so far apart still. I'm worried where that support area is going to be at for W and W. If we go down further, and that's the thing too, is my point. So if you're wrong here, and I'm sure Max may have been scared there for a minute, this has room to run down. And so, but this would be really your main two plays to look at as of now, at least building something up, would be COD-X and W and W, and then waiting for something else to build up. So we are seeing at least a little small 205, 210 bounce on AMST. We talked about this in pre-market, where the support is 205, 210. Everyone just pretty much has left this play. Now, that doesn't mean that this play in 10, 15 minutes isn't back up to 245, maybe even 250, touching the VWAP, and becomes, ends up being a decent bounce play. So this is your other one building it. So it's just kind of sitting back and waiting to see who's going to build the best chart for the day, really. I do love this is a done deal. Like, I don't think we'll see it anytime soon. Maybe we do in the next hour and a half or so, but this 190 bounce would be really nice for COD-X. I know, Margo, I'm coming. I'd say the best play of the day so far was Ruby, which I, said, hey, watch for this to be a good short, and it was. So Ruby ended up being beautiful. And then here is TTP live stream, which today is just the next 2 hours. Today, just the next 2 hours, I'll be over on the TTP live stream. And then with you guys. And then I get to spend some time with you guys today. For sure. All right, so for right now, at least for me, this is building the head and shoulders too. It's just like I'm worried about 190, whatever 185 is the bounce play for CODX. That's about it. Other than that, wait for maybe a short up top if AMST can get back up on a quick manner to 260, 265 area. So you can see the bounce play is not even really working there overall. Nothing really at all out of the gate except for Ruby and that crack, which started cracking right before the opening bell, and then just right at the bell just dumped down for more. I'm going to go over the TTP stream. If you guys need anything, you know where I'll be at for the next 2 hours. Just sit back and wait. This is how it's been for the last month plus now, sitting back and waiting. I swear if this will be hilarious because I didn't put orders in. So please come back down and engulf that candle. Come to 190. 190 is what I want for CODX.
highly structured routines executed outside of the session. Morning physical exercise and mindfulness baselines modulate cortisol levels, preserving executive function for complex market
Get
interpretation
it,
later
Mike.
in the day. This clinical methodology heavily integrates principles from solution-focused brief therapy,
There you go, get it.
rather than analyzing past failures and psychological and amplifies existing instances of peak performance. Through a formal strengths audit, a trader ceases their obsession over localized losses. They meticulously document their flawless executions, reverse engineering the exact environmental conditions, cognitive states, and process adherence that reliably produce their optimal results. Because global markets are dynamic, non-stationary systems, the statistical properties of any edge will eventually decay. Exercising unyielding discipline to an aging strategy leads directly to insolvency. Elite operators instead cultivate adaptive intelligence, utilizing controlled experimentation to discover new edges as old ones erode. Even with strict routines, traders experience immense frustration when they intellectually understand probability but physically fail to execute it. Jared Tendler provides a highly mechanical framework to dissect these exact cognitive breakdowns. This is the inchworm concept. It models a trader's performance capability as a moving bell curve. The absolute best, flawless execution sits on the right as the A game, while the emotionally compromised, destructive performance occupies the far left as the C game. Most participants focus exclusively on acquiring new technical indicators to push their A game forward. But if the specific cognitive errors that define the C game remain unaddressed, that tail acts as a massive anchor. True progress requires pulling the back end forward. Traders utilize a mental hand history to explicitly document the flawed internal logic that triggers severe emotional tilt and revenge trading. They then inject highly targeted logical corrections to counter the error in real time. Ignoring the left tail of behavioral performance guarantees massive equity swings and eventual emotional burnout, regardless of how robust the mathematical strategy might be. Modern neuropsychoanalysis completely rejects the popular industry ideal of the emotionless cyborg trader. Denise Shull asserts that suppressing human neurobiology is biologically impossible and strategically wasteful. Look closely at how these two metrics correlate. Human emotion serves as a highly advanced auxiliary data feed. It synthesizes vast amounts of complex, nonlinear environmental data faster than the conscious intellect can process. A physical sensation of anxiety before entering a position is often a fractal representation of deep pattern recognition occurring in the subconscious. High-stakes proprietary trader Tom Haugard highlights a profound statistical paradox. Elite institutional strategies and highly profitable market wizards frequently operate on win rates below 30%. Normal human biology makes this mathematical reality unbearable for retail participants. The ego possesses a desperate need for certainty. When a position enters into profit, the anxiety of potentially losing that gain compels a premature exit. When a position moves into a loss, the ego defends it, refusing to accept the invalidation. The professional operator inverts this biological imperative entirely. They train their mind to feel acute, unbearable pain when a losing position is held, and absolute comfort and aggression when adding size to a winning position as it moves into uncharted territory. Integrating these methodologies forms a deployed psychological operating system. Probabilistic beliefs form the bedrock. Clinical routines act as the engine. Somatic awareness is the real-time sensor. To prevent emotional drift, this architecture must be hard-coded into a personalized tradebook. This document dictates technical entry criteria alongside precise psychological notes to override biological threat responses. The final evolutionary trajectory moves the operator from rigid mechanical execution into the intuitive stage. The synthesis of immense volumes of market data occurs below conscious calculation, achieving a highly attuned symbiotic flow state with the market environment. As algorithmic infrastructure increasingly handles the high-speed processing of vast market data, human alpha is narrowed. The remaining advantage relies entirely on adaptive intelligence, hypothesis creation, and rigorous physical health optimization to preserve cognitive clarity. Ultimately, a mathematically mediocre strategy executed with peak psychological discipline operates as an asymmetric multiplier. It will consistently outperform a brilliant, complex quantitative model operated by an emotionally compromised human. The consistent extraction of capital is the
That it?
mathematical manifestation of
that all?
There we
profound
go.
psychological
Yeah, that's it.
self-mastery.
Wow.
It's over. So there are a lot of big words there.
Words,
there we go.
A lot of that
That's it.
general thesis was
It's over.
trading in the
So-
zone. Was Mark Douglas. That trading
Yeah, and-
technology and
Those, shout out if you want to learn more, right? The books from all of those people, right? Mark Douglas, Trading the Zone, is an absolute must for traders. He talked about Brett Steenbarger. He's done like a handful of books. He did The Psychology of Traders. You ever watch Billions? And they've got like that's the trading psychologist lady. He always jokes that that's him, except just way less attractive because he's an old dude. But great, he was Paul Tudor Jones' personal psychologist, and he was Paul Tudor Jones was like one of the greatest of all times. Shout out there, and then also the Tom Hogarth. He did like The Best Loser Wins. It's another great book. Just talks about how what we all know is that if you have a good system, hopefully you're predicting a large number of outcomes. So you're saying, okay, over the next 1,000 trades, I expect to be right, 60% of the time and make 2 times when I'm right, when I'm wrong, whatever it is. But no one knows the next 5 trades, 10 trades, 20 trades. It's completely kind of random, right? You need that kind of law of large numbers to smooth out any potential return. Like every time you hit the button, it's random to some degree. And as soon as for me, that was like my biggest, I think, trading moment. As soon as I just internalize that, because anyone can tell it to you, but there's like a moment, I think, as a trader where you go, oh, I just hit the button. I don't know what's going to happen next. And as soon as you kind of let that go and you just say, okay, as long as my system is tuned okay, then over the long run, I will do just fine. Then everything else is just kind of whatever, right? Everything else just kind of like let it go. And that becomes kind of like a Zen moment.
Or you
Yeah.
could just go watch Frozen and just listen to that Let It Go song about 475 times.
There you go. Just drill it in your
And
head. My
also-
kids are not there yet, but I'm sure I will
I'm
at some point.
I was wondering if you're off the school bus song in there yet. So let us know when you've heard that 500 times like the school bus song. I won't start singing.
So this is the this is the question, right? Does the quant stuff I'm doing remove the human element? And it's no, it changes it. I have worries and everything like everyone else are just different. So for example, when my systems enter a prolonged drawdown, which they will, my worry is, okay, is my system broken or is this just a normal drawdown? Is it, the fighting the urge to interfere is something I have to do like all day long. It doesn't change. It changes it. It doesn't eliminate it. Your problems are not gone. They're just different problems, which kind of sucks. But yeah, you're not going to get rid of the emotional side of trading, even as a quant. It's just the things that you're looking for are slightly different than they were before. So I like it because all of my problems are solved outside of the market. I don't need to worry about hitting the buttons and doing the day-to-day trading operations. So a lot of my problems are, sit on the back deck, with your feet up, and have a good think about, okay, has something changed that would break my system in the market, or is this just kind of some weird niche stuff that's going on? I don't know. Just different problems, right? Problems nonetheless, but just different in nature.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Go
ahead.
I was looking at MU. It looks like we're making a potential bear flag on the 5-minute mark.
Oh,
On the 5
what are
minute.
you see anything cool in small cap space there, Josh?
It's
You
slow,
did-
yeah, really, really,
I know.
really slow.
Codex. I know people were watching.
Yeah, CODX. Was
Codex.
Yeah, Codex makes that's the main one moving. W&W was back again today, so W&W was back, but nothing too great. This play's been reverse split. So did EasyGo. Look at EasyGo. Check out EasyGo. So EasyGo just had a nasty sell-off that I got a part of a week or two ago, and they just did a reverse split after it, like W. So it's like I've seen 2 plays here recently do reverse splits, and look at this. It's going to look like it was just at $500 like a week ago.
They did a reverse split just to get to $2.
Yes.
I think that's as high as they could juice it. Oh, that's bad. Because usually they want to juice it to like 10 or 20.
That was at that was at 1 cent. That came down to one. That essentially was the equation.
Wow.
Yeah.
So that's probably as much as they could do without making their float like essentially zero at that point. There's one share of our company and it's worth $100. There you go. That's our whole company. Congratulations.
Yeah.
So it's crazy with these because you know what's next.
Yeah.
They reverse split and then they're gonna issue more shares. That's just how these things work. And yeah, it's just easy go. That's
didn't go so easy for Go. So, but yeah, it's been slower. Did not go good today in the small cap sector. It's been relatively slow. One I always love too, just so you got to remember what stocks do. And RUBI, Ruby, it's always say Ruby in the sky with diamonds. Of course, it doesn't really go to the sky with diamonds. You think it's going to. And usually that play just goes straight down to dirt. Yeah, every time that play pops up, I tell traders to short that play. So that was been the most predictable play of the day, and could give you, at least 50 cents, if not a point in profit, if you held long enough. And a lot of plays the last few days are popping up on no news, so we're seeing a lot of no news PRs popping up. And it's just kind of the world we're in right now in the small cap sector. It's been hit or miss. We're having some good days and we have some really slow days. And then today's one of those relatively, really slow days.
Yeah, I'd say relatively slow for sure. Even in the market, even though we are bleeding here, like this is the opening print and this is where we are right here. So it's, most of the things happened via gap and we're just kind of hanging out inside of it. I'm just checking some of these large cap like AMAT, just seeing, they're down, but they're just not down huge. Like nothing's Intel. Yeah, it's down. And on a percentage basis, these are pretty big, but they're not like, these aren't like aggressive, I guess, moves is the best way to put it. These aren't like huge. This doesn't feel dramatic, I guess, as the quant saying this is how the market feels like to me, my fifis. But like, it's not, there's no like big red flush candles. There's no like, huge kind of pushes down. If you look at it, on Intel, we're at prices not seen since 2 weeks ago, a week and a half ago.
Yeah.
And they're just like the way that we're getting kind of bottoming tails and small body candles just shows that we're just kind of like fighting our way down. It really does feel, and make sure you guys are tuning in for the stream. Again, I've got that thing with my daughter for a blood draw, but as soon as I can get back, I will get back for it. It feels like we're waiting until NVIDIA, and then again, for what me and you talked about, Jesse, where it ripped. It's like rug pull city on that thing. It's like, oh, great earnings, and then it just falls 4 or 5%. So I think we're just in a world where Wednesday night and then Thursday's action is going to be so important, because if it gaps up and holds, then I could see all this stuff just like
ripping right back
on.
Yeah, like you said, it's definitely not. It's not cratering. It's not just completely falling. We're bleeding, but it's not a tremendous amount, and it's totally manageable to come back. And a good pullback might be what the market needs right now anyway, because we've been gapping up and going up with so much so fast in the last several weeks.
Yeah. Well, like Tack said it perfect there. The market just need an excuse, and it's always the way. Like something is probably going to happen. You don't know what that something is, but when you see the SPY just like skyrocketing like this, you're like, okay, I don't know what excuse they're going to use, but they're going to have to do something to pull us back like 5% to shake the trees a little bit. They have to, because we can't just do this every single day forever. It's not the way the markets work. At some point, profit taking has to come in. I don't know what excuse they're going to use at the time, but they're going to use something. They're going to come up with some sort of that's Iran or inflation or whatever it is. But just FYI, I'm just looking here. We do have Trump talking right now on live, so just be careful.
Be careful.
He's standing outside the White House with a picture of the White House and like construction going on behind him. So I
Uh-oh.
don't know.
We're
I'm assuming
we're
he's
in some
talking
pool
about
here.
like a remodel or something. So maybe this isn't going to be
Oh, it could
market
about the
moving, but
ballroom. Could be about the ballroom thing.
Ballroom blitz, 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 ballroom.
wars and economies and whatever. So just know that there's some.
Of course.
Whenever question and answer happens, we could get a tank, or we could get a rip, depending on what the question and what the answer is. Right?
Of course.
Trump. Mideast countries asked for a few more days before attack. Trump waiting on Iran for a limited time, 2 to 3 days, maybe early next week. So,
gosh, that's been the news cycle now for the last several weeks, and it seems like, especially yesterday, we had some negative news about the war. Oil was going up, so the markets reacted, and it seems like there's just a certain point after a day or two that's when they'll say negotiations are probable, it's on the table, and then the market it rallies and it starts to go back up for a few days, and then we get the same. It just seems like a cycle for the last month and a half at least with this war, and that seems, I don't know. And then of course, we talk here a little bit about potential alleged insider trading and the things that who knows what announcements are going to be made before they're made. It's almost like you have to think like a shark in this market too. Like, okay, yesterday we bled. Some of that was because of the war in Iran and some of the news. And at a certain point, you just know he's going to say something about how peace is coming and there's a good deal happening, and then bam, it's gonna happen, and then we're gonna find somebody bought up at 20 minutes right before he spoke. They bought how many shares of XYZ stock, and coincidentally, it's happened multiple times now.
And it's the market just kind of slowly gets over it. I find with these news events, like we were having huge swings one way or another, but he essentially just kind of in one tweet I'm seeing, and anytime there's a stream of tweets like this from Walter Bloomberg, he's literally just typing what the dude's saying live. But there's one tweet that says 2 to 3 days, and the market doesn't really react. So we were getting that whole I'm going to wipe out a civilization tonight kind of thing, and the market just doesn't react, because I think it's just at this point kind of calling his bluff and just saying, okay, sure, right, you made it very clear. But the problem is there's no like official end date, I guess, signing of a peace deal between the two of them. I think what people are really just they stopped caring what people say, because there's been so much of a back and forth. What they're looking for is that straight to open, and because that's a very objective thing, is that we start to see oil tankers kind of flow in and out, we can go, okay, we're good, right? We're good to go, right?
Yeah.
It's an interesting question. Hold on.
Oh,
So
go ahead.
I ask owners of prop firms. Well, we're not the owners, first of all. Just to let you know, we're the entertainment. We come and dance and sing. If 99% of traders lose money, why are there rules to prop accounts? Well, first of all, 99% of traders don't lose money. That was based off one study that happened a long time ago. It's probably more like 80%. I'd say 78%.
105%.
I'd say 70 to 80% is the most accurate that I saw, which is funny because it actually lines up with any business. If you go to open like a corner store, there's like an 80% chance every business that is filed in the first 3 years ends up breaking. So I'd say it's both that. Anyway, it's high. It's a high. But why are there rules? Because the rules save people. Most people don't blow up or lose money trading because they have a bad strategy that slowly ticks away. Usually people blow up by taking one giant bet that goes absolutely horrible and just destroying their entire account. So the rules come in, like the daily stop losses and things like that, to help with that, right? It's why if you look in the actual prop community, it's way lower. It's probably more in like the 70s to 60% failure rate. It will always be higher than 50-50 of people that fail. It kind of has to be. And it's because, right, for everyone who takes a trade, there's one guy who makes money and one guy who loses money, right? So that's the kind of answer I give and then also the rules are because it's our money. You know what I mean? Are you going to let, if I knocked on your door right now and said, hey, I'm going to trade your account, no rules. I'm going to trade your account. Are you going to go, yeah, sure. Come on in. Here's the password. Have fun. No rules. So it's the same thing, right? If we're going to give you pass your eval, we're going to give you a funded account. We keep those rules on because it's our money. So if you're going to go risk our money in the market, we're going to make sure that you can do things that won't hurt the other traders in the firm or hurt the firm itself, because we're a business, right? So you can't have people out there kind of going and blowing up the firm by taking wild bets. So if you look at most of our rules, they're simply that, right? You can't lose more than a single day. You can't lose more in a trade, or more in a day, or more total, or there's cutoffs and things like that. And if you look at them all from the firm's point of view, that's why they're there. That's right. It's like, we're going to offer people our money to trade. We got to make sure we don't go to zero at some point, right?
If you knocked on my house with a crowbar, though, I might be inclined to say, okay, do whatever you want with the money.
Well, that's where you have 14 dogs and 4 Great Danes, and they probably will just run away. They'll go, yeah, I don't have that many crowbars.
well, yeah. If Steve shows up with a crowbar, I'll just go, here's the keys, man. I'm not fighting you.
It's yours.
Because it's the really nice and kind of quieter ones like Steve that you got to watch out for, right? It's like, you go to the bar and you got the big guy who's like yelling at you. You're not too worried about him because he's probably just all talk. But if you got the quiet guy standing next to him that like his buddy, and he's just like glaring at you, you're like, okay, that's the guy. That's the guy I got to worry about, right? So don't underestimate our boy Steve, man. He'll come out swinging one day.
The serial killers are always the quiet guys. Quiet guys in the corner, just waiting.
Yeah, with the nice smile and everything, he lulls you into a sense of security, and then bam, with the crowbar, gotcha.
Goes to church on Wednesday and Thursdays. You never would have expected it.
Nope.
Where am I at, Crow? I'm not going to dox myself, but I'm in Nova Scotia. I guess that's big enough that I'm on.
Big enough. You're fine.
Do you want me to bring it up on Google Maps or something? And did I say something to offend you? Is it going to be Crow with the crowbar? That'd be a little too on the nose, I think.
I like the way Tack spelled serial killer. That's right. I do enjoy cereal as well, Tack. He wrote
my kids, right?
Breakfast. That's great. Yeah, make sure you guys join the earnings challenge. You can see the link in the description. We have earnings today as well as tomorrow and Thursday. Everybody knows Wednesday, of course, is the big day with NVIDIA, but we do have earnings tonight as well, so make sure you're back on the stream 2:30 Eastern. Steve and I will be on this afternoon, so looking forward to that.
No, Jesse, we don't have the earnings stream today. It's power hour only.
Oh, it's power hour only today.
Okay.
My apologies. My apologies.
Oh yes, and I got the clarification of Home Depot while I have a wood chipper, Tack. Why? Is that weird? Do most people not have wood chippers? How do you chip your wood, man? With Home Depot. So yes, it reported earnings this morning, but it is still the challenge thing because it's a swing. So we're giving you a couple days. So all the rules on the website are still right. You have till the end of today to predict tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern. Even though earnings is done, you get to see what the day candle is and see if you can kind of predict that next day. So it's still go there and get access to that, because if you win, you still free counts. I don't know if that's easier or harder, because it's a wild candle, right? It is. I don't think this just dies today. I think it's one of those that tomorrow it's still going to be action, because it's one of those, it's hammered. Man, the more I look at this thing, now I know that earnings is reported. I think I'm going to become a Home Depot investor today if we end up holding this. I love this setup. I love the huge downtrend, like gap down reversal kind of thing. Like it's cleared out everybody. I'll tell you, if we close, I'll put 300. If we close at or around 300, I'm going to be buying Home Depot on the close. If we give too much of this back and we're in like the 295s or something like that, I'll probably be out. But I just see that as so I guess if I were to do my prediction, I'm going to hope it's higher. Now, just quick wrap up my trades before I leave you guys.
I was going to say, we could have a big outbreak of storms here in the United States, just so you know. So I've seen that in the past where, so maybe, not that we want bad tornadoes and bad weather, but there is a bad outbreak happening today for the next 2 or 3 or 4 days. So that could also rise some stock, some prices for Home Depot.
Yeah, people boarding up their windows and things. Well, if you're anywhere near there, right, be safe for sure. I've only got the 2 trades on still. They're both kind of mean reversion longs, whatever NB is. You can see there, both flat on that. AMKR up a little bit on that guy. And then those 2 trades, the GCTS and Figma, out of those. So pretty light day for me, and that's just what we're seeing in the market, right? Overall, we're down like 1%, but it's not like, again, it's not an aggressive down. It's more of like a float down. 1%. So now is where I give my task to Josh. Can you bump those numbers up a bit for me? Can you make us go positive today? That would be killer. Can you do that?
Thanks,
can you
Barney.
Talk to your guy?
Thanks, Barney in chat for giving him some extra spice and to go with the tea there. Hey, you know what?
Yeah, just.
Let me take a look here. Let me take a look, see what I can do for you. I feel like we're at some third world country, and you come to me and say, "Can you let's make a deal?" And I say, "Okay, let's make a deal." And I say, "I'll hold you up last Tuesday's low is that I think it is. What's that low from last Tuesday?
Oh, this guy, this candle.
I'm gonna do my best to hold that up right around there. Okay, that's my duty.
Okay.
For the next hour at least.
I'll take that. All right. See, that's how, guys, that's the art of the deal. I said positive today, which would be, ripping the IWM like 2 points or 2%. He said, no way. He said, listen, I'll make sure we don't fall. And I'm like, okay, I'll take that. I'll be fine with that. And I'm looking down on my account now, and it is red. And so just no more red would be fine. Just make the number stop going down. That would make me feel a little better, right? Or I've got to take the meat out of the children's, ramen and just right. There are hot dogs in there. I'll have to take the hot dogs out. Beauty of those, they last forever. I can wait for the market to rebound before they get hot dogs again.
There you go. Did you watch the Canadians last night? Did you watch them? Did you watch your team win?
No. I tried to watch the inside of my eyes last night. Did we win?
You did win. You won. Congratulations.
Good.
You're a winner. Come on down.
Good for me. I feel good. No, I tried to, screaming kids. So I just tried to sleep the best. You've got like a billion of them. So
I understand. It's close to a billion. You're pretty close.
Do they also take turns being sick? Only one can be sick at a time, but then the other one gets sick, and it seems like it's like
that has happened.
Like a rotation.
It's a little rotation.
Like everyone just get sick at once. We'll turn on some Bluey. We'll chill out, and then everyone feels better. Right. And just don't. You're doubling the sickness when you're taking turns.
They say it takes a village, but see, I have a village, so
there you go.
I need some extra help. But no, my kids are great, and great working with you today, Michael. Have a great day.
Yeah, I'll talk to you guys. If you're going to be on the stream Wednesday, I'll talk to you then. If not, I'll see you Thursday, guys. Yeah. And Josh, mark it up, not down, up. Thank you.
Yep, done.
All right, bye-bye.
Got it.
Go.
Love it.
Josh, let's go.
Booyakasha. All right, let's get straight into it with the J&J show, straight out of the gate. So first off, tomorrow.
Number one.
What'd you say? We're number one?
I said, you said first off, I said number one.
Okay, number one. Yeah, I love it.
Go ahead.
We are. We're the number one midday show, okay? Well, the ratings just came in. The J&J show is now the number one midday show on YouTube. So first off, we're hosting an actual trading event tomorrow. That's right. Hosting a trading challenge. Open the registration form tomorrow from 9 to 9:45 Eastern time. So join us tomorrow morning. That's 9 a.m. to 9:45 a.m. After that, we'll run a raffle, and one selected participant will go live one-on-one at 10 a.m. Eastern against our host. So come over tomorrow. We're not even going to let you know who you're facing. Yeah, that's what we're going to do here at Trade the Pool. We're going to keep it a mystery guest like it's back in 1997, and it's a wrestling event, baby. And it's me and Jesse, and we don't know who we're going to face, and it's a mystery partner. So we don't know. That's going to happen tomorrow. That's actually you guys, though, not us. I'm just joking. So, as in wrestling, just reminds me back when they had a mystery. That's how when Hulk Hogan turned heel, when he went from the yellow and red, And WCW, if you remember, it was Bash at the Beach in '96. I think it was '96, turned heel and went to the Hollywood Hulk Hogan, and it was a bad guy, and they were throwing all the beer cans at him. So
I saw some of that.
yeah. So again, tomorrow, hosting a trading challenge. So tomorrow, Wednesday, the 20th, open the registration form again from 9 a.m. to 9:45 Eastern. We're going to run a raffle after that. One selected participant will go one-on-one against the host. If the participant managed to beat the host, they'll win a free $25K account. And we're going to be running that one back and doing it multiple times. Secondly, we're also going to do this. The trading challenge. Every day we have the Trade the Pool Prediction Challenge. It's Home Depot. I know Mr. Nosh just talked about it. Sorry if when I say that, I feel like it's just because I know his last name. It's not because I'm trying to show him. He's like, would you quit calling me Mr. Nosh like he's some old guy? Well, Michael Nosh just told you guys, the Nosinator. That's what I just need to start calling him because that's his nickname for me. Said, hey, Home Depot, tomorrow, what's the print time? At 10 a.m. Eastern. So we got multiple things going on tomorrow morning. The trading challenge. That's right. Come join that. Put your name in a raffle. That's from 9 a.m. to 9:45. And then after that, we're going to not only show you the winner, but at that same time, then we're going to see, hey, what the print time is, and that's when you can see who's close to winning the Home Depot. 5K eval. That's right. We'll do Cava tomorrow as well. So go over. You still have right under 6 hours to submit your prediction price. Again, tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern print time is what you're looking for. And a big, got to. Come on, let's give him a round of applause real quickly for Douglas. Look at Douglas. He won two yesterday.
Congratulations, Douglas. Wow. Woo! It's huge.
What?
Man.
What? I scrolled down and I was like, you
wild.
got to be kidding me. Got to be kidding me there. So there you go. He's going to get 2 5K accounts where that's just, essentially, again, gift certificate toward a larger one. And you can use these credits that we give you for 25K, 50K, etc. Now, the other thing we're doing, which we're about to announce a winner from yesterday, and it's 2 if I'm not correct, right? I used two from yesterday, right?
Yes, 2.
Oh, 2 it is. Wow.
Uno, dos.
And look at the former winners down here. This is not winner chicken dinner. This is winner steak dinner, baby. Well, maybe if you like chicken more, that's all you. Give me chicken and steak, though, if I can have it with some shrimp and lobster, because this is getting a 25K eval account for free. And this is simple. This is just going to put your name and your email address. That is it. Tell me right now, Jesse, how amazing is that? All you have to do is put your name and your email address.
That's it. That's all you have to do. Name, email address. It doesn't get any easier than that. It doesn't get any simpler.
Literally.
I mean, I guess it could just be your name, but we have to have an email address,
right.
so that way we can actually send you the info.
Yeah. So
there's a lot of Joshes out there, so you can't just write Josh.
There's a lot of
we might send it to somebody else.
Right.
A lot of Nigels.
Yeah. So congratulations to all the former winners, and that's Nigel, the student that you do see in chat. We'll be doing 2 of these today. 2 of them tomorrow for NVDA as well, and tomorrow is the big dog. He kind of sneaks in at the very end. He wants to be the late at the show, right? He's the late entrance kind of person. It's NVDA tomorrow. Join us for earnings tomorrow. It's going to be heck of a fun. So let's get to today, baby. And today's winner, and I think we do have a drum roll. Can I hear the drum roll, please? There's a good one. There we go. Oh, yeah. Winner 1 is Shake It Up, Shake It Around, Up. Apsana. Hey, congratulations. You have won a 25K eval. Right now, you're probably going, that's it. I did it. I just put my name and an email address. They are true. It is true. It is weird. And you will get an email from most likely Carlo or someone from Trade the Pool. I actually had someone in chat last week thinking it was spam or something. I'm like, no, it's not spam. It's real. Carlo's our dude. Someone in the background, most likely it's Carlo, will send you an email letting you know you've won it. And I think a lot of them they're doing interviews and they're talking to with, or at least they're having some sort of, conversation with. So, hey, we want to reach out to you. We want to let you know you mean a lot to us to even just come over and participate. And that's what this is every single day. Drum roll number 2, please. Tyler S.O.
Whoa.
Wrecked
Tyler.
up for 25K.
Congrats.
Now, you. Asian. There you go. 2 of you won today. Thank you, Apsana and Tyler. Both of you have now won a Flex 25.
Ryder.
What's that?
Mr. Ryder says hello to us.
Okay,
Mike.
what's up? Yes,
Hey,
yes,
Mike.
yes, yes. So again, don't forget today, team. Come back this afternoon and make sure you participate and put your email address with your name. That's simple, and you win a 25K eval, and you can see the former renters. There's old Miss Aussie chick Ingrid in chat. I know her, particularly in person. I've met her a couple of times. I know her, like, truly. And then again, 5K evals, Home Depot, Kava. And then boy Douglas, again, one more round of applause for everyone today, if you wouldn't mind that, for everyone that's won yesterday and today. Congratulations, guys.
Wow. Good job. Good job.
Nope, don't want to close them all.
Absolutely.
I'm going to keep
That
them
is
rolling. I
great.
want to keep that page rocking and rolling. That's us. I need to keep that up and rolling because I'll be using
That
that,
is
I know,
great.
moving forward. What's up,
And
D.
Tack,
Ryder, Tack?
hold on. So Tack says I need a nickname. So Tack, you want to nickname me? Or maybe Josh can. I don't know if I can. Did you give your? Well, you probably gave yourself AK-47. How did that name come about for you?
Yeah, I've gotten that so often. Until this day, I still cannot recall where it came from. I know my
Even know?
my wife's initials are AK. Not her last name, but her first initial and her second, like her middle and first, her first and middle name. AK-47 was used a lot on GoldenEye. I to this day, I don't know. I don't know. I really don't. Because I'm like, is it because you talk fast? You're trying to put alerts out fast, and I'm like, man, this is another, which you've been around me long enough, and you'll get to know me even more. It's just almost a Joshism. This Josh especially, just goofy. I don't know. I mean, there are some things where you're like, you have no idea why you named yourself, and I'm like, no, I don't. I have no idea why. I don't know. Because I got that about 3 years in, because I was literally, I took off pretty quickly, and I was only really almost 3 years into my journey, full time, that I was streaming live. So like I start really honing in late 2017. By May of 2020, I'm streaming live. And so so somewhere in 2020, 2021, because everyone calls me AK. I mean, everyone. Out in public, and traders do anyway. It's so funny. No one calls me Josh. Like, no one. Everyone just, at least my original community and the people that I like, and the most that know me, I do one-on-ones with, they call me AK. It's funny. Like, even I think Ingrid, if I'm not mistaken, if she's in chat, she calls me AK. It's just, I have no idea. It's crazy. It was cool, and that's what I wanted, because I thought about, because AK-47 was my name, and after all the violence and guns, which I'm not, no one should be obviously a fan of, and I'm like, I don't want to try to change my name. But then, the place I used to stream live at, he was like, man, no, everyone just calls you AK. Has nothing to do with guns. They don't associate you with guns. And so I've kept it, because I was like, man, maybe I want to change it to like Bruce Wayne, or not like Batman, but like the other guy, like his real name, like instead of, don't call myself Superman Trader, call me Clark Kent. I don't know. And I was like, but then that came about really, and I got this alter ego that people then call me AK. And so it's really weird, because when I did my first in-live seminar and had a presentation, had about 300 people there, 250 people, whatever it was. Yeah, everyone was just AK, AK, and it was so weird. I really didn't think that. I was just expecting, okay, here everyone's gonna call me Josh. I'm in person. I'm not on the live stream. Everyone's gonna, call me by my proper name, and no, everyone just AK. And so yeah, to this day, that was in 2022. So yeah, and to this day, I still get asked that, and I'm like, man, I have no idea. I wish I could go back to the day I came up with it. And so yeah, So
Those are the best, though. Those are the best. They
Yeah.
just sort of come out organically. You can't recall the exact moment in time when it happened, and then it just sticks, and it
Right.
stays there, so it becomes legend.
What I will say is kind of funny right now. It's the messy Barney says the messy Jesse. Barney, that sounds like I own
Yes.
that sounds like I own a hot dog restaurant, a Coney dog restaurant up in like Jersey, and we name them after like my kids in the family, and my kid's name's Jesse, and this hot dog's called the Messy Jesse, and that would be covered in chili. That's our chili dog, the Messy Jesse. That's the first thing that came to my mind, is I own a Coney place, like hot dogs, and we name them after our kids or people in the family, or just name like that. And the Messy Jesse would be the chili dog, of classic Southern chili dog with onions, some jalapeno, some shredded cheddar cheese. Oh yeah, the Messy Jesse. I was like, that's awesome. So yeah, let's come up. Well, Tack. I don't know why, but Nosinator, Tackinator, that comes first in my mind for both of you guys. But we could call him the Nos. The Nos, as in, everyone wanted Nos back in their car. Brian O'Connor days. We know Vin Diesel, Mr. Dominic Toretto. The Nos. Give me the Nos. But Tack. You could be AK. You have AK. When you go by, but Tack is your name. I think was that the question coming up a name for you, Jesse, or for Tack?
That was from. Oh gosh. Well, Barney said the messy Jesse, and Tax said, "Oh yeah, Tax said I need a nickname."
Oh, you okay? Jesse needs. I see that now. I love the okay there.
Yeah.
All right, so you need a nickname. So we'll think about it over the next half hour or
Might
so.
just need to come up organically though too. It might not just hit us today.
Yeah,
it might take a little bit of time for us to go. Okay, this is it. I know growing up, my dad called me Big J. He still calls me that, but we don't have to go with Big J.
And I like it because that reminds me. Have you ever seen Starsky and Hutch, the one that came out with
Owen Wilson,
yeah.
right? Yeah.
So when they went in and remember Will Ferrell, they're trying to find Will Ferrell, but they go into the bar and the guy's name is Big something. And
Big something,
like,
yeah.
But he was like, but he's not big or he's not little. And then they break off and Ben Stiller and Owen Wilson are just talking normal. And they're like, yeah, but I know Big E. He goes by Big E because he's like really little. He's like 5'4", And then he's like, yeah, right. And then so yeah. Oh, that reminded me of that. So is that why he called you Big J? Because you are smaller, or just because
you said short because you're tiny? You're a little guy?
That would
even when I was a kid, it was just Big J. My name's Jesse, so he shortened it to J, and he's like, "Hey, Big J." So that has kind of stuck around for a long time.
That's
awesome. Groundhog says Big J doesn't fit you. How about Little D? Little D.
Little J. How about Little J? Yeah, so that's why I thought he called you Big J, because you were just smaller and you were like this. Because there was a guy named Ryan Cardona. Point being, my dad called him the bowling ball. He was our fullback in in seventh grade. He eventually became, he played a different position. But at first he played fullback for a while because you couldn't stop him. I mean, he was short and low to the ground. He could squat like 500. That was in high school and what he did, but he could squat the most essentially. And we always said, well, you could squat the most because you have to go down like 2 inches. I mean, I'm 6 foot. We'd always tell him that. And we always make fun of him because he was shorter and that's how strong his legs were. But man, he was a beast. So
yeah.
Hey, you get my point though. So maybe that's why he called you Big J, because you were.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not tall, but I go to the gym all the time. I'm very strong. So I mean, I'm not small. I'm just not vertically inclined.
I like that. This sounds like Starsky and Hutch. I feel like I'm one character and you're the other. We were like, hey, I'm just vertically inclined. Okay, I'm like, I like that. It's a polite way to put things. Okay. So Big J, okay, Big J, I'll go with that for now. But yeah, I mean, they're always a little goofier on here. Steve the Crowbar and Steve the Achieve. I forgot who came up with Steve the Achieve just because it kind of rhymes. So Steve the Crowbar's funny. That's like his alter ego. Steve the Crowbar.
This is alt one, yeah.
Groundhog says, sorry, I'm bored. You're good, bro. It's all good. We're having fun is what we're doing.
I still like throwing Knoxville your way, though.
Yeah,
Johnny, as a substitute nickname.
Yeah, I like it.
But you were about to talk about some stocks at some point later on. I have some large caps I could go over too. So if you want to show us definitely what you have, that'd be sweet.
Yeah, I was just gonna go over small caps and how slow they are. AMST just had this sell off, this nice, I call these shelves, essentially bottom low area, bounce, and bouncing. This is just due for a sell off. Essentially, once we make this somewhat of a uglier, kind of witchy, as I would call it, because it's pointier head and shoulders. So we kind of have a shoulder over here, then a head, then another shoulder. Eventually just find a baseline, which I call a shelf wide, just because it looks like you're stacking a bunch of books on a shelf, especially if you go to a 1 minute time frame. Sometimes they're pretty, where it literally just will sit on it over and over and over and over. And so you just have a bunch of candles that really just sit on it. They don't spike up. They just sit. Anyway, and watch for this to sell off some more. If you go back and look at this on a larger time frame chart here, which I'll show you guys, just so we can all look at the same thing. Zoom back out. There's not much to hold this up. I said earlier this could come all the way back down to 160 to 150 area. So I would watch for some more sell-off here from AMST. Codex was one that was trying to hold up earlier in the morning. Yeah, and then talk about head and shoulders. There's a shoulder, there's a head, there's another shoulder forming, looking to come back down to the base neckline of the shoulders. Unfortunately, just not getting follow through. Like I talk about for weeks now with you. I know it's how time flies by, but I've talked about this for weeks with you, definitely, and of course with Steve on the recaps that we do on Monday and Wednesday. There's Ingrid too, been texting me, so Ingrid even texted me, so the one that won the eval. So yeah. Anyway, the plays that do move are the plays that go up and dump down. It's like something like this. If we're looking at it spiking in pre-market every once in a while, like your Codexes of the world, it moves up. But even this, You know, my point being, we're about 2 hours, as well as looking at my watch, about 2 hours after the opening bell, and it's very slow. You know, there's not a lot to look at. We've had our lunch spikes, and those have come last week. We had them a few days in a row with TDIC. Speaking of, where is old TDIC here? Yeah, wow, founder. What? What? Wow, Jesse. What?
Wow.
What?
Life support.
What?
Life support.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Look at the sell-off here. Continue.
That's a sell-off.
Wow. So, and that's what's happening. So when you have TDICs do what they did, and then AIIO is not bad. It's AIIO. Yeah, AIIO, right? This one's still holding up and maybe can squeeze. But they're either former runners that we're seeing, like AIIO. What was the other one that we've looked at recently? Oh, there was another one that I know we've looked at here and there. Oh, HCAI, which didn't do anything today really too much. We looked at it yesterday, but it's a former runner. Maybe possibly look at it here during our the J&J show over the next 40 minutes. Could make its way back up. It's trying to, maybe, of course, lower high pattern, so it can maybe find its way back to like 15, maybe at this point, maybe somewhere right around there with the squeeze today. So keep that on watch. But yeah, plays we're looking at in pre-market. Oh, it's popped up. It's got news. It's got this. It's got that. Or maybe it has no news and it's just for whatever reason popping up. An hour, and then especially 2 after the bell. So here's, an hour after the bell, an hour about 2 hours after the bell. Just done. They're done. We're not looking at them. And so small caps, just overall, just not really getting that space right now. So watch for former runners. That's the main thing we're seeing. Again, we're running into a 3-day weekend coming up soon, too, on top of the fact of this kind of uglier space we've just entered, really, and have been this way over the past couple of months. We've gotten a couple of heat stretches there. We're getting halt plays for a couple of weeks. Now the halt plays are dying back on off. Had a little bit yesterday with HCAI, a little love there. I still think we could get maybe another one or two before the week's over. But then we're entering that 3-day weekend off on Monday. I'm taking actually Friday off myself just for the morning. And, of course, I'll join Steve here for the lunch recap that we do and essentially the overall week recap, which I love doing on Fridays. But that morning in my live stream, doing morning alerts that I do Monday through Friday every day, essentially all day, every day. Every month. I'm not doing it Friday. I'm going to take Friday off, have a 4-day weekend, and enjoy it. So, but that's just me. So you get other people will maybe be doing that too. Got to think about this time of the season. People are going to be hitting the beach. People are going to be going to the lake, especially here in Arkansas, right? Memorial Day weekend. So pay attention to that stuff as well.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. Good that you're taking Friday off. That's super helpful to relax, recalibrate, and then come back strong on Tuesday of next week. It's very, very smart to take a good, nice long break.
Oh, okay. So gotcha. Which I already did that too. So then Carlo, Carlo, I thought it was that. Dang it, Carlo. All right. Well, I think I may have revealed some extra winners today.
What'd you do?
When I revealed Douglas, I was supposed to reveal the double winner of Douglas today. Not I thought we did a 25K eval winner yesterday. Carlo just texted me. I was like, I thought that was what I was supposed to do. I didn't realize it was just supposed to be the double. Well, I did everybody, okay? Listen, Josh wants to get. Listen, call me Oprah Smith, okay? Listen, I'm Oprah's son. I'm just, you get a taco, you get a car, you get a car, and you get a taco.
Everybody's getting one. Hey, you're handing them out. Hand one to me.
Yeah, okay. You get a taco and you get a car.
I'll get one.
All right, and I'm talking about, and listen, the car is just listen. Are you kidding me? You know what kind of car I'm giving away? I'm giving away Hot Wheels, baby. Your favorite Hot Wheels. That's it. So it's not much. It's just a Hot Wheels. But what part of Arkansas? I live in Central Arkansas. Jason Cropper, Central Arkansas, just outside of Little Rock. Have family in Northwest Arkansas, Central Arkansas. Has a story taken hold of the market with the validity. Tax says, I'm treating the Iran conflict, global energy shortage, bond term, premium rising, Samsung strike, and sell in May? Josh, did you know that Arkansas has the most lithium extraction? I knew, yeah, and we have the only diamond mining park, like in the world, essentially, for the most part. You can go to Murfreesboro, Crater of Diamonds State Park, look her on up. People will find 1, 2, 3 carat diamonds there. It doesn't happen too often. Doesn't look like much. It's just an open field of dirt. But you can go walk around a few acres, however big it is. It's a beautiful park. But yeah, you can actually go hunt and mine for diamonds in Arkansas.
Nice. I didn't know that. I didn't know you could do that in Arkansas.
Yeah, look it up. Murfreesboro, Arkansas, Crater of Diamond State Park. It would be like, hey, you take a road trip like yourself and you're going to go to Dallas, Austin. You're going to take like my family would do this. They would put me in Hot Springs would be a first good stop. So you stop in Hot Springs, Arkansas. It's beautiful. There's lakes there. There's the horse racing. There's all kinds of stuff to do. It's a beautiful old town. Like Babe Ruth hit the first 500-foot home run there. We're talking gangsters used to go down there in Prohibition days for the drinking and the gambling. They have it's historic. And actually, Hot Springs, Arkansas, one of the presidents before they were actually given it's a national it was actually given. I forgot what the president was. It's actually the first park in the United States. So before Yellowstone, it should have been given the first national the national park, whatever. Yeah, it was the.
Interesting. Yeah, it's probably a Teddy Roosevelt thing. He had a lot to do with the national parks.
Yeah, it's forever ago. And so, it has a lot. But then right close to that is in Murfreesboro. So it could be like you stay at, Hot Springs, and the next day you go to Murfreesboro and have some fun and come back. And then you can make your way to like Texas. And because my parents would do like road trips like that where we'd stop at multiple places. So you're not that one place the whole time, and like we did that when we went down to like San Antonio. And then for whatever reason, they wanted to see what the beaches were like at Corpus Christi. And I don't know why, but we always go to Florida. So we're like, hey, spring break this year, we're going to blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, yeah. But then it's like they're terrible, but we're used to the beautiful Florida beaches that have white sand and the beautiful clear water. But yeah, we did all the cities, kind of making our way down that way. And it was cool to do that. Like the Riverwalk in San Antonio, of course, the Alamo, so that was cool to do as a kid. But so if you ever get a chance and head down south, Hot Springs and Murfreesboro, not too far apart, and then lots to do there, and it's beautiful. So there's a little intro.
I will have to do that.
Yes,
That's awesome.
Yes. There you go. Done, gone, short on the sort. There you go. We're gonna say there, boss. And and so I would go over. You can go ahead.
Yeah. Can you see the screen?
Can I see the screen?
Can you see AMD, or am I on?
Good to go.
Good to go. Okay, cool. So I've been looking at AMD, a lot of the semiconductors. Of course, that's what I like to trade, and that's what I've been looking at. AMD, it went up as soon as the bell hit 8:30, but we really cratered down, and we went past the $400 mark, way down into 392s. But we are making a steady rally back and trying to hit that pre-market low of 412. We'll see if we can do that. I did want to point out on the daily chart with AMD that we do have this gap here. You can see, and it goes all the way down to about the 360s. I'm looking at that. I don't think we'll go back into that. Of course, it's the stock world. We don't know. But I am looking at this daily gap here, and we have some support around the 360 mark. So I think that one is pretty interesting to watch. Now, if you look over at MU, the stock is very similar looking. You can see we went up when the bell rang, and then we went down, and we bled for a little while into about the 650s, and we're making our way back up. We are above the pre-market low, somewhere in the middle here. 692 is a pre-market high, so we might make it to there. We might make it above there. I did notice the trade that I took this morning. It hit 701, and when it started to retract and go down, I looked at that psychological whole number, and I thought, okay, if we're going to go down, it's probably going to go down a bit today. So I got in and took some profits, and that was actually the one trade that I took this morning. So I was pretty happy with that. One of the bits of news that I wanted to share as well regarding MU was that Citi is viewing MU as bullish, and they raised their stock price from $425 to $840 is what they're looking at as a good buy to have. So some news on them this morning from Benzinga. I thought that was pretty interesting as well. So, and then NVIDIA, of course, we have our earnings stream coming up on Wednesday. It's really consolidated yesterday and today. It really loves hanging out at the 220 mark that I have noticed, and it just continues to stay here. We go down a few bucks, we go up a few bucks, but we continue to land right at that 220 range. And then we kind of just stay there. So my guess is, short scalps. If you're going to trade NVIDIA, that's what I would do. I would wait for this to probably pull back down a couple of dollars, and then probably go push back up to this 220. That would be my bet if I was trying to scalp this. I don't know, maybe if you want to go down to 219.80, something like that, if we reach that. That 220, I think, is I wouldn't say anything's a safe bet, but I could find it going back to that 220 mark as well. And then Tesla, love trading Tesla. Didn't do any of that today, but I do like to trade this one. was kind of a short day. We broke below 400 and we went all the way to 393, and we're pushing back now. We'll see if we can get back up past that $400 mark. We'll see what happens. But at the moment, we're just kind of in some consolidation crap. And I'm going to wait to see if we can break up above that $400 mark, and I might go long. Although in the last 2 days, I'm just a little more hesitant to do that, unless it's a short scalp. I kind of like the short game for my scalps at the moment as well.
Love it.
That is essentially what I'm looking at.
I'll show you, and I forgot to show my one trade for the day is RUBI. So yeah, if you're going to go back to my monitor, we can go back to RUBI, and I'll show you what my screen and what I traded for the day. And real quickly,
Absolutely.
Jason, Little Rock. So yeah, I'm right there. I went to school at University of Arkansas, then finished at UALR in Little Rock after I had a little too much fun, essentially, in Fayetteville, and then Dad had to make the trip up and said, "All right, son. You're either up here on your own, or you can come back home. We'll help you out a little bit still, but you got to get a job though. Yada yada yada." So then graduated, dean's list, honors, yada yada yada. Moved up, broadcast journalism. My dad was in radio, so you might know who my father was. He used to be on the Buzz, and then before that on Magic 105 back in the day. So my dad was big time in morning. Was a morning show host on radio for the longest time. So I went to the same field, and I wanted to. So this is exactly what I wanted to do for the longest time was talk about sports though, not stocks. But then I came and ran across stocks. And now here we go. So I started in 2015, learning about them into 2016. Took some time off because of jobs and how to make some money, and then 2017 started back up. Sucked. Started tracking, journaling, charting, back testing. Learned I was a bounce trader. Went long. No one really went short back then anyway. And then from there. Where I made my way to eventually streaming live in 2020, doing my one-on-ones and then shorting and going long and doing options and large caps and small caps. So it's been a long time, long journey. Been with Trade the Pool for a little over a year since last February. So you're going to love them to death, especially if you love to short. Don't have to locate anything. You trade anything on the stock market. Just go trade away. You don't have to think. Just go trade the chart. And now I've been streaming live with them for almost a year. Since last late July was when I first came on board. So I've almost been here a year now, and can't wait to continue to grow and provide more content. So yeah. So love it. Yeah. So I'm in Little Rock essentially. I'm in here all the time. When I do get out and about, and then at Groundhog, that's Little Rock for you, or the South. You just never know. So Groundhog, crazy story right there. It could have been Halloween, and hopefully it was. But even in Halloween, you're like, come on, bro, you gonna dress up and for real? The Clucks, the Klan. For real?
Oh my God.
Like, really? Man, you don't get shot or something. Oh, man. But yeah, so I have a long story. So yeah, Nigel, if y'all don't know the journey, so long story short, I was went to school for radio, TV, worked for Channel 7, the ABC affiliate here in town, got a job, was a morning show host, first job out of college. Didn't get. That's the one that was a sad part there for a while, was I didn't get hired for the longest time. So I graduated in May. Yeah, we gotta stop. We get copyright.
Nope.
But literally 13 years ago. So May of 2013 is when I graduated college. Took a few years. I took a few years off between going to college, didn't go to college, farted around, went back, busted my butt. Graduated on honors, dean's list the last couple of times, working for Channel 7, ABC for the sports department, doing stuff on the radio like my dad's show, who was a morning show host, yada, yada, yada. So I'm working my way up. Then I'm like, June, July, no job. August, no July. Finally get a job with the radio station in town, but it's like hourly, not salary. And then finally here, I'm hearing back from hardly anyone. At this point, I'm applying all over the place. Like I was trying to Mississippi, Louisiana, Missouri, right where you're above Jesse, Texas, Oklahoma. No one was giving me anything, and then finally I'm applying outside of that, and then anything and everything. I mean, hundreds of jobs I applied for, and literally emails back, hearing back from people was less than 2 handfuls. It was truly a handful of people that would actually reach back, maybe. And this is hundreds of jobs. Well, anyway, eventually, finally getting a job. You may have heard of the city. It's called Chillicothe, Missouri. It's right outside St. Joe's. It's right outside Kansas.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a little small town right outside St. Joe. Had a radio station there. I was a morning show host. It was not fun, and I was not really what I wanted, but it was a job. And then I worked my way immediately, 3 months into that, I'm applying for jobs again. And luckily, I got a job back home, actually in Little Rock. The other sports station in town hired me Then I was now the play-by-play for the Catholic high school football team. Yeah, I had multiple on-air stuff going on, producer, yada. It was awesome. Did like this morning update for sports. So when you came in and then you heard my voice all day long, like today in the sports, you know, and I told you what happened last night, you know, in the sports world essentially. Anyway, then I got the job in Dallas, and that led me to stock trading. But yeah, I was never making good money. And then I was just looking up the totem pole, and I'm like, there's not as much money, because even I'll never forget, I was at Channel 7 before I left off and really started venturing out, and then Jason Peters, you can look him up. He's done a lot for ABC, the Channel 7 ABC, the affiliate here in Little Rock. Anyway, you can look him up. He's done a lot of good stuff. But regardless, I don't know if he may have won awards too. I know that station has. But he was like, Josh, he's like, what are you getting in this for? And I was like, my dad. I'm like, I'm going to make some money. And he's like, your dad's a dinosaur. They don't pay those that much anymore.
That's right. The world did change in that.
Yeah.
I did radio and TV. I told you this as well in college. And when I found the payments and as I graduated and was graduating and looking for internships, and I saw the disparity of pay among like the big names and the guys just entering the field, I was like, I got to find something else to do, unfortunately.
Yeah. 100%. Yeah. Because my dad was still making six figures, and this is up until, you know, he retired around 2020, whatever it was, 2022, something like that. He retired, 21, 22, he retired. But I mean, I'm thinking heyday days. You know, my heyday day, which I don't know why it was in my head, but heyday days, my dad was making in Little Rock, Arkansas, you know, close to almost, you know, probably 100. Well, it was 150 plus. We'll just say that somewhere in that range. It was good money, obviously.
That's good.
For Little Rock,
That's
Arkansas, you know, a 150 to almost 200K for a morning show host. And you think, hey, you're talking from 6 to 10. You got some, you know, and you got to come up with material. And of course, you got to have ratings to have that stuff. And he did. And he got to have, you know, have personality and talking and all this stuff. He had that all. But you got to think about overall. You're working 4 hours a day, maybe do some site commercials and some shticks on the side. But so I just saw all the glory, right? And I was like, all the work he had to put in. And so I'm like, Josh, that was 10, 15, 20 years till he got there. He wasn't just right out of the gate making anywhere close to that. And he had to work overnight shifts. And so here I'm, and now in Dallas, and now this is 2013, 14, 15. I'm in the radio TV world, and I say ESPN did to sports media what Tiger Woods did to golf. Golf now, there are just so many golfers. That's why you'll never have another Tiger or Jack, because Tiger had a lot of competition and some good people, but there's just so many people out there because everyone wanted to play golf because of Tiger Woods. Like everyone wanted to play golf in the 90s and 2000s for the most part, or picked it up out of nowhere. A lot more people did. And so you got to think now ESPN blew up the sports media world. So there's now in 2013, 14, 15, people are doing podcasts. And I'm like, what are these podcast things? And so now you got to get into that, you know, and so you got to do all these different things to get known. And it was hard. It was really hard. And so luckily I came across this in stock trading. So it was just saying my journey was hard. And then even into that. So then I'm working overnights. Luckily I see a Below Deck Bravo episode and Tim Sykes is on it. I'm like, okay, Mr. Tim Sykes, I've seen this a couple times. My wife likes the kind of girlfriend likes to watch these on replay and repeat. This is like the fourth time I've seen this probably. Sure, I'm about to go in and do it overnight. I'll look up some videos, and I was hooked like a fish right away. And then got into it and tried to open up account January 2016. Did that for about 3 months, made no money, had to get a job. So I'm applying for jobs all over, trying to get a midday job because I already had I knew my job for the radio station. So I'm trying to get something from like noon to 5. Trying to get some kind of delivery job. And I'm like, hey, it's about to be the summer, spring. I'm going to stay fit. This will keep me fit. Well, I took the first one that came a calling, you know, for whatever dumb reason, because I guess I never got anything calling for the last, you know, like for the, you know, what. So I'm like, hey, I'll take the first thing. Yeah. Rent-A-Center, delivery driver. I'm like, yeah, sure. Yeah. Rent-A-Center. Yeah. Oh yeah, Josh, you're going to be picking up used stuff. You're not delivering new stuff all the time. You're having to go pick up used refrigerators, ranges, as in ovens that you then have to clean. Couches and bug bites, but whatever. Bed bugs. Oh, God, bro. And some of the places I went into, to this day, worst job I've ever had. It was a really inexperience. I never forget coming back home. Parents always go to Florida, have a condo down there. And here I am coming back from that. Realization sets in. And I never forget, I'm having to set up a bed set, deliver a bed set, like a queen bed, set it up, like the whole bed set, the frame, and, you know, the headboard and the back, whatever, with the furniture to match and build it all. Because the other guy was out that day, so it's me having to deliver it because they're on the schedule. And then how people get pissed off and, this is my scheduled date. No, I can't, you know, so I got to deliver it. And I nailed my head that day, and I'll never forget crying, like literally crying as in the 30, whatever I was, almost 30 years old or close to it. And, you know, just getting off that vacation, and here I am back to real life and texting Avery and have this huge red, you know, spot on my head and just like, what am I doing? You know, and so I had to go through that work and then worked at Fogo as a waiter, at, you know, to get in extra money. So it's wake up, try to watch charts, then do Rent-A-Center, radio station stuff, or the Fogo, you know, after that. So I'm never seeing Avery. I'll never get Finally in 2017, I've quit Rent-A-Center, so I have all day now essentially to watch stocks, and I'm trying to get it, not doing it right, take $1,000 loss on a third halt up chasing a play, and then another yelling, banging the desk, dogs freak out, Avery runs in, I'm crying / yelling, I'm pissed off but crying, and what's wrong? And then we get into a fight. What? I'm like, how do you not know what's wrong? If I'm sitting here in front of the trading desk, obviously I took a loss. How do you not know? And so, and then it finally hit me. And so I started tracking, I started journaling, I started back testing. I was like, I looked up at Michael Jordan, this Wings poster, my role model. I thought about all those people before me, like even the goofy stuff, like especially when I rewatch it now, like the MacGyvers of the world, right? And how the situations that he gets in and he doesn't give up. I'm like, well, you can't give up here. This is where you need to push and put the pedal to the metal, and I did. And I really, within about 5 months from that, I said, Josh, it's 2 years from 2015 when you first started this. It's August 2017. What do you have to show for it? I essentially had nothing. And so what I tell myself, I said, well, you're about to start showing something for it and pushing. And so, hey, by January 2016, when you first started trading, or toward January 2018, which is 2 years after you first start trading, you're going to start going live again. You're going to push it. And then I found out, luckily it was September into early October, Josh, you're a bounce trader here and below. And I had a edge I could use every day. By the end of that month in November, I'm killing it. And by December, I'm loving it. Remember the Elfins of the world that I traded that went from like 5 to 150 in about a 2-day stretch. It was back then people were putting out blockchain news, and that was like the trend, and plays were going nuts. December of 2017. Anyway, went live January 2018. It slows down. The market really slows down. I think Trump in the office is getting anyway. Maybe it was Trump then, or maybe it was anyway. I know that was Trump, and something was going on with Trump at that time. I remember anyway. But small caps were just dead. So I'm like, oh boy, here we go. All the bounces that I was always taking, now they're not working. Yada yada yada. Here we go, Josh. What? I stick with it. And then by March, it comes back into April. And then we get hot into the end of the year. Of course, 2019 into 2020, we really get hot. But yeah, and then into 2018, I remember looking back sometime in 2018, that summer, and kind of going, wow, you're not even thinking about it. You're just trading. You're just sitting back. You're alerting. You're finding your bounce plays, and you're trading them, all day, every day. But it was a journey from me, from out of school, and now when am I going to go back and finish? And I go back, and that was even, I haven't talked about that, which that gave me my worst nightmares I've ever had, no lie, where I'll wake up, and I don't do it anymore, Jesse, but I'll have dreams, but I want to wake up, and I'm like, you almost got me. But I used to wake up, no lie, Jesse, even at this house, which was in 2020 when we moved to this house, I remember having dreams here, I would wake up in the middle of the night and go, I've got a paper due, and like, Josh, you're out of school. Like, I would come out of a dream thinking I had something due that day, but my dream was, because what I did, when I stopped going to school the first time around, when I first started going back, I would go like the first day or two, first couple of classes, like the first week or two, and then I'd just stop going for whatever reason. I'd get lazy and go, oh, I'll skip today. I'll skip tomorrow. I can catch Friday. I'll skip whatever. It's Friday. I'll get back on it Monday. And next thing you know, I'd be 2 or 3 or 4 months, or let's say 2, whatever, be almost, at least halfway through the semester. Now I'm like, and then there were those times, remember back in the day, maybe you can still do it. If you can drop it by a certain point and you can get some of your money back, and you can just drop the class. And I would be doing that. And then some classes I would still stay in though, but that would be my worst dream ever to this day, where I'd wake up even into this house, which was 2020. I graduated in 2013. And you got to think 2012 and 2013, even 2011, I'm killing it. It was when I first went back, like 2009, 2010, I'm doing that half-ass shit. And I'll never forget that worst dream ever of like, and then so here I am, Josh, you're going to do it. You're going back to school, but now you're not even doing anything. So I had to push myself and motivate myself then. And then I did it with school. And then, okay, here I am in the real world. I'm going to get another job. It's going to come to me. Okay, I did the hard work. I went back and I graduated. And then it came to me again. And now I'm like, boy, oh boy, I thought I could just put a little work in and it's going to come to me. No, it didn't. If I wanted to be in the radio world or the TV world, I was going to have to put a lot of work in. But I kind of gave up on that and came to this. And then there was that point in 2017 where I was like, man, you're not putting the work in, Josh. If you just sit here and grind, it's going to take you a while, but you'll put the work in. And I'll say for myself, it was within less of a year of me putting the work in, by early to mid 2018, I'm like, you're a bounce trader. This is awesome. You got it. And then you got to go about a year after that, killing it. To where I'm just a bounce trader, and now I'm at the time becoming a moderator in that place where I was at. And then a year after that, which is now you're talking essentially just 2 years, 2018, 2019. So now entering 2020, so essentially just over 2 years of me being on my own day trading. May of 2020, so that's 24 months plus 5 months, so 27 months after, January of 2018, I'm like, you're going to get back at it, January 2018. May of 2020, I'm streaming live for like 1,000 people every Friday. And
wow.
So put the work in. Put the work in and
Yeah,
grind.
put
And
it
so
in.
there's my long, elongated, I know, long-winded journey right there, but that was it. Now back to my trade for the day. I can't wait for these trend line cracks to come in. I've already erased it, but you can see this uptrend channel, Justin. You can see how tight it's getting this play Ruby. But I always say Ruby in the sky. I think we can say Ruby in the sky with diamonds because it's Ruby. It's not the real name. So, and it's a fake because it's not Ruby in the sky with diamonds. And who wants a Ruby? No offense, you want a diamond. So, and their name is Judy, and that's a song anyway. So it's a fake. These are fake Jordans, baby. These are fake Jordans. Don't buy it. If you bought it, you better bought it early, and you better get ready to short it, because every time RUBI pops, you better get ready for the drop. So we cracked the trend line right there. There's an uptrend channel, big sell-off, and then we come down. And I'm telling traders in chat, boy, oh boy, oh, watch this 380, this area. Once this cracks, we're going to dump. And it dumped so fast, I couldn't really get an entry. Man, I'm talking about it on my live stream, and finally I'm like, you know what, I'm just going to enter this. This play looks like it's going to continue to dump, and it always does. It usually comes where it goes back to where it came from. Look at my scale out for the day, Jesse, and look at the low of day line is exactly where it came from. I'm still holding 1,000 shares for more dump back here potentially, but because I thought we'd go for more. I meant to scale out more as she hit this mark a second ago. I thought I did, and I was like, oh, just looked a second ago. I was like, oh, I'm still in 1,000 shares. So entry price here, love it. Want this to cool back over. I'm probably actually about to put some limit orders real quickly. What I'll do is I'll put a limit order at, if we hit 190, I'm good with that. 190, I'll do 250 shares. I'll do 185, 250, 183, 250. That's close to low of day. We'll do 150 at low of day, which is 177. And that'll save me a couple of shares in case we do crack below that. And I did that earlier when I got out here.
I was just going to ask you, so have you already partially scaled out of your position a little bit?
Right. So when we came down and we wicked down here, I wanted to scale out, but I was in between going live with my stream and the TTP stream, and we came down and I missed this scale out. I was like, oh, shit. And so I was like, okay, well, this is it. It's going to come back down and soak into this area. So I put some limit orders in, and I just put the chart away. I don't even look at the chart anymore. And then sure enough, boom, got filled there. And so now I'm going to do the same thing here where now I'm not even going to look at the chart because it's dead. Why are we looking at it? It is ugly. And we'll get rid of it in a second, not look at it anymore. But yes, now...
Tack wants to know, do you calculate the math in your head?
Yeah, usually, yeah, Tack.
That's how you do it?
Yeah.
Nice.
Get, there we go. Just got filled at 190. Let's go. Hey. How do you manage risk without writing anything down? Dude, it's all in my head. My memory's crazy. So I usually just write everything. I used to write everything down. But after I was writing everything down, there was no sense to do it anymore because it's like instantaneous. Like my brain, it's not that awesome. I'm not trying to say, but it's like those movies where it's all like, it's not like photographic memory, but it's like one of those like gifts that you see where all those like numbers are going in your head, you know, and like you see the equations going off. And like I said, math was my thing growing up, you know, from, I would say up until 10th grade, we got graphing calculators, and then I finally kind of tuned out math because I was like, this is dumb. I'm dumb. Calculators, I can't use my brain. I want to use my brain. So yeah, I love it. Yeah, wow, Rudy. There we go. What's Rudy talking about? Rudy, everyone's shorting Irene here.
Irene.
All right, let's go.
Really?
Irene.
Interesting. Rudy. Let's look at that. Let's take a look.
Well, Iris energy popping on up here. Nothing too crazy I'm seeing right now.
I think it's Iren. Hold on a minute. It's not that. It's IREN. IREN. Is that what you put in?
Yep.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Oh, my apologies. Okay.
Let's see. I'll swing real quick. I'm going to make sure we get a catch up with everything. I swing traded Josh BTC with bounce play from 76 to 80. Can you check the chart and let me know if I was right? Daily charts. Yeah, so sure. Let me just pull this up over here. On my side in front of me, we'll go over to my other charts where I check Bitcoin's price. Now that song's stuck in my head.
Which one?
Something in the Sky with Diamonds.
Something in that. Okay, yeah. Crazy how a song gets stuck in the head.
Yeah.
I think it's a weird human thing we have.
Yes, no, 100%.
Song gets stuck. Sometimes you wake up thinking about a song and it gets stuck in your head.
All right, so you traded the 70. Oh, yeah. Okay, so you traded the 76 bounce. Let me make sure I'm reading this again, all right? Let me go back. Barney says trade the 76 bounce play from 76 to 80. Can you check the chart and let me know? It's a daily chart. So let's go back to the daily, and I'm looking at the daily. Am I not? I am. Oh yeah, so old resistance becoming new support. Good job, buddy. Yeah, I'm thinking you took the high off of say somewhere around March 18th ish or somewhere right around there, March 17th, that high off of the 75 handle. Did you trade the bounce play? I'm guessing on did you trade this on April 30th? Is that when you took it into May 1st and you took it back up to 80 over the last couple of days? Is that what you did? Was that similar to what I'm thinking in your trade there? Let me know. Let me know. Let me know. It's muscle memory now. Yeah, Tack, you know it, man. I've just been doing this for so long. I wanted that though back in like grade school. I would like never wanted the calculator. I was like everything I always, and then because I did it like out of school, like I would go home when I had to do my homework and I would never do the calculator. So it was like, you know, like you'd imagine like Jean-Claude Van Damme in Bloodsport, you know, when he's having, I think it's Bloodsport, right? Where he's having to kick that tree over and over and over. And at first he's like, I quit. There's no way I can do this. And the guy's like, your brother died, remember? And he's like, is this what you want? He's like, oh. And I'm like, my freaking leg. But that's what I did. Like, I was like, calculator down, like, no, I can do this. No, I don't need the calculator. You know, it's kind of like that, essentially. But way less hurt on my leg or brain.
That's good.
Whenever I write things down, I can't read it. Yeah, it's Mike anymore for me too as well. My handwriting is absolutely terrible. Rudy, everyone short. There we go. Okay, gotcha. No, you got to. Let's see here. No, Krog. Okay, making sure I'm not missing any questions from me. Yes. We'll go over the earnings. I'm gonna make sure I re-announce that again. I'm just making sure I catch back up with Barney entry on the 30th, exit on the. Yep, that's it. Did I call it? I pretty much called that right for you. So go back and look at it here. So what Barney was looking at, just so everyone can see here, on if I can talk, Bitcoin. So he's taking it off, and he may even had orders lower, right at 74 off this handle and off that right there, knowing he sees that old resistance, new support. So you can have some at 74 if you wanted to as well. And he's taking it off that handle. Barney enters in right here off the dip. He doesn't get his low entries, I'm betting, which is fine. You know, it is what it is. You're going to get filled. You're still going to get a piece of the pie. And then you can work your way back up to this little, this little node right there, right? That's your target one. Target two would be if you can get back into this node, which you about do, and maybe took some profit at 82.5. Still just naturally, we know 82.5, you know, even in Bitcoin, they're going to start running like stock numbers. So 80, 82.5. But yeah, there you go. And now we're starting to crack this uptrend. So you can see the trend line getting a little archy here. And now I would look for shorts underneath these levels, right? It does look like we're going to get bearish. And if you want to take a bounce play, I typically would just wait for the bottom. Wait for a reset. Come back to the bottom and reset the trend. That's just as simple as that.
Nice.
There we go. And and there you go. We're going to make sure, if you can, I just want to make sure, Barney, is that correct? That's the trade you took there? If so, be so. If so, be so.
If so.
Yeah, don't think Bitcoin not safe when Trump start firing. Yeah, that's why I don't really trade as much large caps as I was there, Michael. I'd really have just stepped away and started hammering at small caps, you know, over the last few weeks when I find the play, just stepping up and hammering at it, you know, because we do have some pretty good continuation movement from those tickers. So that's generally where I'm, you know, looking at. SPY here, by the way, AK, your boy AK over here, because that's when I have to go to AK, because that's where like Batman comes out. Your boy AK killing it on levels. Let me tell you something right now. If you need any help, and yes, you want to put those links out before I start talking about Trade the Pool earnings challenges, put my links out there again, where you can find my morning alerts, because I know Florida Joe has signed up for them. Tax should, just to see how well the levels work. And I just told earlier where Mr. Michael Noss, the Noss, we would stay at. I told him where we'd stay at. I said that would be off of last Tuesday's high, 3150 area, right? And we have maintained it, baby. PrimeTradingInvestments.com. I've been doing one-on-one since 2021, morning alerts since 2023. I'm killing it on the levels. This is all I do all day, every day. They call me the chartier. You know, like the Rocketeer? Did you tell me you saw the Rocketeer back in the day with a beautiful Jim?
It's my favorite kid movie, dude. Best movie in the world.
Yeah,
I watch it once a year still. Great movie.
Good, love it. See, we're on the same wavelength. Love it. Yes. I'm the chartier, I guess, or however you'd want to say that you have, like, yeah, not the Rocketeer, but the chartier. But yes, we're going to maintain this. We're holding the lows. Triple bottom right here usually means what? Bullish, bullish, baby. And so if we can get back through this moving average VWAP area, we can see we're failing at it now. It's a double whammy. We've been running down together. It's a good sign for bulls if we maintain and get over it. We will squeeze on up. The only area I'd worry about is just a node above it at 34.30 area. Maybe into pre-market lows, which this is pre-market low, but I know there's more, but that's it. Other than that, we're right back on up in green for the day, back into the 35s. So we'll keep an eye on SPY here. Still have about 8 minutes left, but I did want to roll back over to the SPY because we held it up for Jesse. We did it because I'm going to give you credit because you're here with me. This isn't just me. This is the J and J show. Okay, there's another J, and it's not just my J. There's your J, and you're holding up just as much as I am.
I'm holding it up with you. We're lifting it together.
Barney says same trade, Josh. Did a modification to my. There you go. Love it, Barney. How are you loving those bounce videos? Maybe give me a little love. Say Barney. Or say, man, Josh, and then the YouTube link too as well, if you want to, which was out there. Click on my YouTube link. I have a lot of bounce lessons. This is, again, we're talking 10 straight years of bounce plays working, right? Small cap, large cap, Bitcoin, don't matter. You name the market. I will come NQ if Saline Girl's around. Saline Girl, she took an NQ play. She came over one day. I looked at the SPY, I looked at NQ, I said, here's what it's going to be. And she said, and it did. It came right to essentially the tick that I said it would bounce at. If you need help, that is charting and bounce plays. I got you all day, every day. Now, there are other things I do. Obviously, you can look at the Rudy Short. There's multiple things, but the thing is finding who you are. And that's the one thing I do as a trader, streaming live in one-on-ones. I want to find who you are as a trader. And I help you do that. Because that's the key. I'll never forget that. Back to that seminar that I did in 2022, did a roundtable discussion the final day at the end of it, and where everyone could ask us questions. And that was the one question that he's like, I have a question actually for all of you, if you wouldn't mind just kind of giving me your input on this. And the question was, when you first started trading, what was the one thing you didn't expect to be hard that ended up being really hard? And I was already preaching and teaching this because at that point, I was just over a year in doing one-on-ones. And at that point, I was doing them every day. Black Friday of 2021, that November onward, and since, I do them daily, and sometimes I've had 4 in a day, so that's 4 extra hours that I'm doing one-on-ones other than streaming live, which is a lot of work, but it's fun and I love helping traders. But I was like, oh, as soon as he said that and asked, I was like, I know what this is. It's finding who you're going to be as a trader. Are you going to be a plumber? Are you going to be the butcher? Are you, just thinking like old school days when it was just like, you lived on like the old school, and it was the saloon, the good store, the barber, it's like, you're going to be the farmer of the town. You're going to be the dentist of the town. You're going to be the doctor of the town. You're going to be the sheriff or the deputy, like, who are you going to be? And that's just a small town. So imagine a New York City and how many jobs there are and how many people make a living in New York City. You got to imagine that. How many different point guards have there been in the NBA? How many different pitchers have there been in the major leagues? And that's just the majors, let alone college and high school and what their techniques were to be successful and possibly a starter. How many starters in college will not make it in the pros and will never start in the pros? A lot. But they started in college and they were really good in college. And then I've done this in the past when I thought I was really good, like especially like basketball, and I go play a guy that played at like Arkansas Baptist. You probably never heard Arkansas Baptist. And I didn't think this white guy was shit. But let me tell you something. He smoked me, okay? He made me look like I was white man can't jump, and I truly could not jump. And he was sinking threes left and right, and I'm just like, this guy, like, how isn't he? But that's just how good those guys are. And so you got to imagine that. And so that hit me one day. It really hit me. It hit me after that third halt up and when I was tracking and journaling in August of 2017 into September. Who are you as a trader, Josh? Well, I didn't know. And I had to figure that out. And I think that's the key. Figuring out who you are as a trader is the journey early on. That's one of the key things for sure. And great trade
Definitely
too, by the
journey.
way, just to give him the love. Great trade, Barney. Good trade, Barney.
Yeah, great trade. Yeah, like you said, trading, it's definitely a journey, and it really is. It's really not just it's not just the reps. It's not the daily just showing up to trade itself. It's afterwards and the sort of decompression, and it's the processing too of why did you make the decisions that you made, and then going over that and reviewing that in some capacity. Right. One of the things that I'm doing lately actually is putting my trades in Claude and then letting Claude review it. And Claude has actually done a pretty good job, I think, of giving me ideas, telling me where I went wrong, telling me what I'm doing right. And it takes 2 seconds. I mean, literally, you can do a screenshot of your trades, upload it to Claude or whatever bot you use, whatever AI you use, and to be able to actually get ideas, trading ideas, and then also see how you can improve is extremely important. But a lot of that, I mean, we're definitely blind to what we don't know, especially if we're new. We don't know anything yet, right? So we're trying to figure it out as we go. And the more we know not to do, we can kind of figure out what is working along the way. So a lot of that isn't just coming to the markets, trading, and then not thinking about what you did. You want to analyze it afterwards at some point, if it's a few hours later or if it's that evening.
Yep, 100%. You're all over it, Jesse. You got to. And yeah, like I said, AI will help you out. And it's just a little bit. I think it's very important to make sure you do all the due diligence afterward to hone in on what it is that we need to break down. But yeah, that's just, you have to do that day in and day out. Barney, that actually sounds like a good call-in show topic on Thursday, just overall. And maybe to get a first-time caller in to win a free 5K eval. So don't forget. Now let's get to the giveaway portion. Yes, Thursday, which I know is in a couple of days from now. We'll be getting into the call-in show about this time on Thursday. First-time caller, please call in, and I think that'd be a great topic for Thursday. Let's review the trades for the week. Call in. I'll review my trades. Steve reviews his trades. You review your trades. So that way we can see what we're trading, and just to get trade ideas. So you can see what I'm trading, what Steve's trading, what you're trading. That would be great. Also, we'll talk about tomorrow's trading challenge. One-on-one, baby. You better come back tomorrow morning. The registration will open 9 a.m. Eastern time and run for 45 minutes. After that, you're going to run a raffle. One beautiful trading soul will be selected to challenge our host, uno, one-on-one tomorrow. So get ready for that. So again, tomorrow morning, come join us, 9 a.m. Eastern. We're going to have a registration open for 45 minutes starting at 9 a.m. Enter it. Get a chance to, and that's how cool is that? Mortal Kombat style. Mortal Kombat! Street Fighter style. Let's go take it back all the way to Crossfire, baby, back when we were in 6th grade, 19, whatever it was, 90-something.
Crossfire.
Yes, you know it.
Commercials, man.
If you beat the host tomorrow, you win a 25K eval. 25K eval. So come over, participate. Running that challenge, we're running it back too. So not only tomorrow, we'll be doing it again. So stay tuned. We're doing more of these giveaways. NVDA, we're going to be giving away the 225K eval. So we're doing more of those, right? So definitely tomorrow afternoon is going to be huge. Steve will be back for Power Hour coming up in about 3 hours from right now. So we're back to that. Get slowly back to Steve. Full hour, Power Hour. Still covering earnings, though, when we need to. But yeah, giveaways. So we have multiple giving away. The earnings report challenge, we have that going on currently. We have the 25K eval giveaways. We got come and join us tomorrow and enter for a chance to trade one-on-one on the live stream versus one of our traders and one of our hosts to win a 25K eval. Trade the pools where it's at. You guys stay tuned. Take a little lunch break. Take a walk. Run your errands. Come back in about 3 hours. Steve will break down the day and what I'm sure earnings we do have for this afternoon. Nigel, Tack, Crow, Barney. We got Rudy in the sky. There's Rudy in the sky with diamonds. We got Saline coming over. Yeah, there it is. He said, called it to the dick. Crow. Michael was in chat today. Of course, to Big J, thank you, my host, my co-host over there, the hostess with the mostest. Thank you again, as always, to you yourself. Scrolling all the way back when Michael D. Ryder and other traders like Jason and Groundhog were in chat. Thank you all for joining today. Whether you're still out there wallflowering, Ingrid Ossichek, I saw your name as well, or you've chatted. We thank you so much. Keep participating. Why? Evaluation giveaways.
Yeah, so many giveaways. It's so exciting. So many giveaways. And it's always a pleasure, AK-47. Always a pleasure.
Hey, you never know what you're going to get now. Am I going to get AK from you? Am I going to get Josh? Am I going to get Johnny Knoxville? You know, you just never
whatever I'm feeling, man. It's whatever I'm feeling. Whenever I look at you, I'm going to be like, just whatever comes to mind first. You've got so many names. Somebody that's really liked or disliked, in your case liked, usually has a good amount of nicknames. So in your case, you're very liked. So there you go.
I love it. Well, I love you guys so much, and thank you all for joining. Jesse, I will see you. Are you doing? No, we're not doing it. Just Power Hour today, right?
Not just Power Hour, and I will be back. I might step into the NVIDIA earnings on Wednesday. I don't know just yet, pending my schedule, but I will be back on Thursday.
Cool.
So, yes.
Love it.
Same for J&J show on Thursday.
Same. So tomorrow I'll be back for lunch recap with Steve. Join us at 1 p.m. Eastern. Every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, we do a recap. And I will also try to definitely stop in for just a little bit on the NVDA earnings on Wednesday. So that will be tomorrow. So the next time you see both of us, tomorrow, my friends and family. Otherwise, you guys have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled rest of your day. Steve the Achieve, back in Power Hour in about 3 hours.
Boom. See ya.
There we go. Awesome. Beautiful,
that
brother.
That was fun.
Yeah.
That was fun, man. Hey, are you guys having storms out there?
Wave today comes through, but it's not, luckily, we're not dealing with tornadoes. It'll be frontline wind and hail, but yeah, it's definitely... It'll be out. Yeah. It'll be another, because I just know when we have it. I'm always been that kind of love weather, and so I kind of keep up with it. But yeah, we're definitely gonna have an outbreak over the next few days, and so today's our worst ones today, It's coming through this
Okay.
afternoon. So yeah, it'll just
You
be
must be getting ours. I think you get some of our weather because it stormed all day yesterday. Literally
gotcha.
lightning. It was crazy
yeah,
yesterday.
yeah.
All day long. Heavy rain. It was nuts.
Yeah, I love those days in a way 'cause my dogs, they just want to sit and do nothing, and so you can just wait. You know, the dogs won't bother you, but then but then I hate it because then you got to let them out. They don't want to go out.
Yeah,
so it's
yeah.
like the kids don't want to
It's
do
honestly
anything.
the same. It's the same with kids, man.
Yeah.
The kids are all like in the house, and it's like, they can't just get out of the house.
Yeah, right.
We're all cooped in. We're all cooped in here.
Yeah, literally, right? Oh man, love it, love it, love it. All right, brother. Well, I'll see you back. I'll see you
Good
soon.
seeing you, man.
Yep.
Yeah, bud.
Later.
See ya.
And thank you again, Ayush in the background. Thank you, Ayush, as always, brother.
Thanks, guys.
Nice on Ruby. Rudy in the sky. Rudy got boo. Rudy in the sky. Rudy in the sky. Rudy in the sky. All right. Anyone still around? Woo. 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 Saleen's still here. Did you get any trades in today, Saleen? I'll go W and W over here. Get any trades in today? Bounce play was it. I don't know if you took it, but that area I alerted on the spot. I don't know what the cues look like on top of that. Ruby, let's go. Keep going, baby girl. Keep on rocking me, baby. Hell fucking yeah, baby. It's been a rough week. I missed a few trades down for the day. All right. Well, hey, and don't let that get you. Wait for the trades that you missed. If those trades if they're still working, if that trend's still happening, you need to attack those trades, which we can, talk about later. I'm gonna take a little bit of a break and breather off the mic. Here we go. I'm back. There I am. There I is. Oh, no low of day, baby. There we go, Ruby. All right, loving this right here. Ruby getting filled more and more and more on the way down here. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of 20 shares at a time now. Ruby, new low of day. Look at this, Ruby. Oh, Ruby. Oh, yeah, I want to do we'll do this right here. We go. New low of day. Wow, what a move. What a move. Wow. What a move there. Nice, good move on Ruby. Ruby not got the sky with diamonds. All right, I'm going to take the break off the mic. Ingrid had 193 on Codex. No, yeah, that's what I alerted up there earlier. Aussie I had 197, and I don't know why it somehow just didn't get filled. I had 197, and it came down, and it never filled it. It was weird. So. Margo, I'll let you out in just a second. Hold on. I hear you. Margo, stop. I'll let you out in a minute. Stop it. I know. Always talking that shit. You are a talking growling machine, you know that? Nice. All right. Beautiful move today on Ruby. I'm not kidding you. Every time I see this from now on, I'm gonna short Ruby. Every time I see this play, I'm gonna short it. I'm gonna take the break off the mic. See what Avery's doing up there, out there, I guess I should say. W&W is the only real one that's moving up nicely above the VWAP and could potentially still spike for the day. Over 6 is going to be key. Remember, 5 was key earlier. We got over 5 and got to 6 and pretty much held 5. We got a little below it, made 465 base. So we're making this higher low pattern along the way with the last lows were around 525. If we break that and come back down, then the higher low pattern is stopped, but does not mean this play can't come down to 465, 460 and still see a bounce play. Trying to get a full point out of Ruby is the goal. So I got in at 249. I'm seeing if I can't get out of this at 149. That's like the goal here. I'll put some jams on. Sound good? Anything you guys want from me? Anything, girls, or any guys that are out there? Anything from me right as of right now that you want me to go over or break down? Daza good. Daza is good. That's it, though, for me. I mean, no bounce plays really are working today. We didn't have much. This was the only one, and I didn't get filled, unfortunately, or this would be nice. I'd still be in this. It wouldn't be a lot of profit, but it was perfect. We called it out. Other than that, they really didn't have a good bounce play. Had good shorts up top and a lot of reversals. We're always will see that. That's a done deal, but it's finding them is the key, you know, and making sure you eye those out, which can be difficult. But QC was a great example of that yesterday. Today was just kind of died on off under support. And really nothing since the opening bell has popped up for a good short. You know, other than, and even this, W&W, there's not really been great shorts here since that first hour after the opening bell. Since then, it's been really just dead. Only good short would be shorts that have died off, like Rubies of the world. When it caught X to go above VWAP, is that because you will show strength? Yes, exactly. Yep. So I didn't get filled here earlier. That's why I was just thinking about that. It's working out now. So this would have filled you. I canceled my order. I just now realized that because we're an hour removed from all that mess. I wanted the bounce play here earlier, 197. I had to order at 197 down to 187 just to get, maybe it went to 187. When it went up and didn't go over the VWAP, yeah, it showed me head and shoulders were created. We actually came back to here and somehow held. I'm surprised that we held it. I thought we'd go back below it. But we do see these plays that channel up all day, and it came right back to it, and it held. And now it's starting to come back up close to where exits were from earlier. Not as good. It's taken a lot longer, for sure. But yes, if it would have went back up into this area, then I would have known more, because it would have had more volume. So A, there's that. There's more volume, and still more volume in it. And you would have trusted the bounce more because, yeah, I'd been more bullish. Yep. So that's why I was here, canceled when this happened. I'm like, you got to be fucking kidding me. And then it went up, and then it still would have given you a good 20, 30 cent bounce if you would have gotten filled. Didn't, canceled, concentrating on Ruby over here, which I'm now mostly out of. And, you know, I hit all those levels. Perfect. You did exactly what I wanted to do twice, you know, with Ruby. Where it comes down to a liquidation area and sells off, goes up, comes back down and fills me. Does it again here, goes up, comes back down, and fills me. And so it looks like it's going to do it again. And it's going to go down to my 150, essentially, target. I'm coming, girls. Hold on. They all start getting antsy for Dad. They're all like, Dad, where's my dad? I haven't seen him for hours. NQ. Short near 29. Let's go, just go 29,940. Oh, I'm in a 3 minute. Let me get out of that. I'm coming, Eleanor. Oh, Moosey Caboosies. 29. So you said here, essentially 29. No, you said 21. 29.9. 29.94. So let's just go to 29.94. So you're saying here. Well, that's where I have my line in at. Boy, that's got a long way to go, though. 29.940, 29.940. And so you're right here, 29. Hold on, I'm messing all up. 29. This is right? This is where I can't trade the SPY. No, you're saying 29.9. Yeah, so 29.9's up here. 29.9. So I got to go 29.9, which is here, 29, and then another 9. This is too many damn numbers for me. This is where I think you messed up there. Let me know, Saline. 28. There we go. I was like, there's no way. There is no way. 28.940. Now we're talking. Now we're cooking. All right, so 28.940. Okay, like right through here. I'm having to think too much, which is not a good thing. I'll say that. 28.940. I'm seeing it, but I'm not. Here's what I would do. I would do something along those lines, in my opinion. Now, this line's not going to get touched. Bounce, bounce, bounce. That's not going to get touched anymore. So we can get rid of this. That's just, we're not going to move back into that megaphone. We have this downtrend, though. Boom, boom, boom. Just over the past, say 24 hours or so, right? So I would play into that. Honestly, like if I had to count, like if I had to do, like, say, hey, which one would I look to short? I like this area, and I do see the touches, but it's not defined enough for me. Yeah, not feeling the area exactly. I see it though. I see it for sure. It's just not perfect for me. And I know I'm Mr. Perfectionist, so that's the one thing. I'm definitely a perfectionist. So I would say something along the lines of the downtrend. I would say watch for move back into that downtrend. I don't think you're going to see that, though, today. Like, even just going back and looking at the SPY now, we're really starting to get tight. We're getting really tight here recently. So and then just where I'm looking at as far as the SPY, and again, just because I'm looking at the SPY, I know it doesn't really, it's some correlation though. I just don't see the SPY getting that high back up on the chart to where, let me just look at this level wise. Go to here. I mean, it might. Ooh, we do have W and W taken off here. We do have W and W taken off there. But yeah, the SPY just looks like it just overall, maybe, and just looking at, NQ, it doesn't look like we're moving that much. Now, another upper and lower VWAP band are so far apart. And earlier we were banging off the lower one. This is a huge reversal off that downtrend. There's where you should have shorted. I know, just going back in hindsight's 2020, but we have a touch, and then like that is where, again, where I would say that's your setter, your starter, and now you know it because now you can set it in. Boom and boom. So when it did work its way up, that would have been the short. Now I don't know that you'll get another clean one like that, because that was just, imagine that, whoopsies. I know it's a 5-minute time frame, but imagine getting into that line. I mean, you're immediately up point. You're probably very rarely red there at all. And then let's just say within 10 minutes of the trade or less, you're talking a banger. We're talking some movement right there. Now, I know then it gets a little whipsaw. You don't probably get the whole move, I bet, and then it really gets the nasty dump-off levels. But I would wait and say if you did take a short, I would go into the downtrend pattern and be careful with this area. I only would have went with this area as if that would have shot through here after a couple of fails real quickly. So, we failed this old support area. So you can see this was a good short. Support, 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 support. So somewhere in between 28.840 to 28.15, you start adding into this. You know, so you add into it here, add into it some more here, and then you get some pullback. But then you got to know this is building up. Josh would say I better take this some profit when I get a chance, because this could squeeze and go. But then it doesn't. And so that way you can A, stay in your short, and then B, I don't know how well of a short this is, because I bet when we squeeze up through this, we don't stop here and we go up to here. And there you go. There's like an elongated breakdown. All right, taking the break off the MIK. Back in a bit. Jams on now. Now. All right, what's up? If anyone is around, I am back in town. How we doing? I'm going to hold on to this 50 shares overnight, see if we don't dump down even more for RUBI. Been holding on the swing account. Been trading more with the swing account actually here recently. It's been on these short plays that I get in this low. When I get in these plays, I'm like, I'm going to swing this. Like the W&Ws, the easy goes of the world. Just seeing if, let's see, there we go. Yup. What's up, Daza? So swinging these 50 shares, I mean, might as well, right? And see if we don't get what we get overnight with them. If we get some more continuation down. I got my dollar move. That's when you saw some worse shares go out there overall on, let's see here. Yeah, 249 was my entry price, 149 where I put an order in early to get filled. I went down even lower. I could have had low of day, but I was kind of out of the office. But cool to see one full point. And really, I didn't start scaling out 1,500 shares till 204. So 249, 204, and lost pretty bad on FATN. So FATN, I didn't realize how big I got in on FATN, and my average price actually ended up being pretty good. I thought I got out of FATN. So I made a fat move here. I'll just show you my field orders here. So this is pretty funny. So here's my field order. So FATN, I lost an amount. I could have taken profit. I didn't realize I didn't over on FATN when it was on the way up there in after hours yesterday. I thought I did. So then I just took it for a loss today. So I had to come back, and I made some damn good profit here on RUBI. That's why I went a little bigger on RUBI. But there's an overall P&L for the day, and you can see because of a pretty good size loss on FATN, but a much bigger win than in the end, at least by about 450 overall if you take the 52 and add to the 408. So over about 450 extra on the RUBI trade. So, and good at 249 entry. Got in right about here, surely right about that price right there. You can see, not bad, essentially right at the 250 price. Thought about adding in when it came back up here, and I probably should have. Wish I would have, but it's all good. Then I held on for the failback. Right here is where I took profit at 204. Well, actually, no, that's right. I missed this. And so I said, Josh, it's going to come back down, and this is where I got filled, somewhere in here. And then came down, missed this. So when it popped back up, I was like, well, put orders there. And right when I was getting off the TTP live lunch stream with them, right at the top of the hour, that's when these orders got filled, as you can see here. Boom, 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 boom. And then eventually got filled at the 163 mark, and then now 149. So scaled out along the way, got $1 profit, most of it, which is really cool to see, 50 cents if not more out of it today. So really banged on the fattened her up there. You got old fat. She got fat, baby. All right, Yaza. He says, I'm good. But other than that, it really is slow in the small cap market and sector. I would imagine tomorrow we stay this way. Pre-market seems pretty good. We've had some good moves. Pre-market and opening bell onward, we really start to die out. MTVA, that was one. Okay, that was one that did just start to try to move here toward the end of the day. CODX died out. It did give us that bounce opportunity. Still hasn't cracked 190, which is nice. So at least we're right in the thought process of where it would be at. MTVA did just see this kind of move back on around. We'll see if we get after hours runs. We could get just nasty sell-off, to be honest. I say sell-off here. I'm looking at RUBI and the SPY here, but we could see not much. I meant to say is in a slower after hours, and we don't get a lot, honestly. So just keep your eye on that as we move into after hours. SPY giving back all the gains, but I held up throughout the day. I held up my promise over on Trade the Pool. Even had a message over from Michael from the Trade the Pool people saying something about thanks Josh or something along those lines, just being goofy, on the Trade the Pool WhatsApp group that we have. But yeah, small caps really turned to poo poo pop pop, poo poo caca today. Really ugly. And then large caps, like I was saying, they're really starting to give back all their gains toward the end of the day. And really overall, still just not really clean charts. I know we were talking about that earlier, or Nos was on the TTP stream, but I've been saying that for a while, where just really can't ever find a true direction on the day. Like, oh, we're just going, or oh, we're just dumping. You know, we aren't really getting a lot of those days like we used to for a while. A lot of, you know, maybe straight down at the bell and then consolidation out to the right, or we're up and then we're down, or down and then up and back down. Not too clean of charts. I'm seeing if I see anything. NVDA will be fun tomorrow and after hours, of course. NVDA will be fun tomorrow. It has earnings, so we want to keep our eye on that. MU, that was still looking good on my MU swing from 630. So MU, I'm selling at that at 630. There's the closing bell. I was just going to come back here kind of heading into closing bell with you guys. Any questions from you guys? Any large cap, small cap plays you want me to go into? I can do it. Just adjusting my P&L thing over here, which I'll put up for you guys for after hours. I'm working it over here. There we go. Nope. Best way to. Oh yes, Cosmic Rays. Look. Quick look at Cine. Woo! There she goes down for more. Loving this right here. Loving this right here. Loving this right here. Even more move down. Let's see. I just put a buy in for 10 shares at 120 to see if I get filled here. Let's see if that gets filled on the low side here, just to kind of scale out on the way out, so I can hit a new low of the day. That would be perfect here. On there we go. Better. There we go. Come on, go down a little bit more. Almost filled there in the 120s. Let's go to my chart real quickly. I know. Hold on, Margot. Hold on, Margot. Just cancel that. I'm going to go to 123. That's what I was going to do anyway. 123. Oh, pop back up. Come on, go back down again. Here we go. Come on. You know you want to. All right, there we go. Get rid of that. We'll see if we get filled there. Make that cleaner. I'm almost there. Stay with me, Cosmic Rays. Stay with me. Stay with me. All right, cool. Cine. S-C-N-E-Y. Oh, I got filled there. Got filled at 122. I'll take it. At 122, I'll take it. Sorry, I'm trying to get all this adjusted perfectly. A little bit bigger. Mr. Perfectionist over here. Nice, and I got out at 122. That was that low of day area too, so bottom ticked that so far. Yeah, Fatten. I thought I got scaled out of that. I guess my limit orders weren't filled, so what happened with Fatten, I was filled at this at 414 average, which was great if you go back and look at Fatten. So we'll just real quickly look at Fatten from yesterday, so we just pull the chart up. Fatten here. So I was filled at 414 as I was, averaged in there on Friday. I was like, this is going to be great. I don't know why I won 22.11. I don't even remember the reason why, but I won in 22.11. Okay, and then I thought I sold someday. I thought I had limit orders for this to get filled yesterday because I was telling you guys, told you, and then it came back today, and then I'm like, what? And then it came back on up. So not only could I have made more profit, so I fucked up on Fatten. 414 average at 2,000 shares. Imagine if I was still holding Fatten today. It came down to my average, and I fumbled Fatten. That is a fat fumble right there. Overall, that is an overall fat fumble for sure. I thought I sold shares on this. So overall, it is what it is. So I should have made money on Fatten, which is really funny. And then overall on CNEY, or I should say on Ruby, let's go. We killed that shit. But Fatten, I can't believe I messed that one up. That was a blunder. I called that play out, and I still should be in it. I didn't mean to get all out of it either earlier. I was trying to get over and trade Ruby in the sky with diamonds. I fucked up there, and that took a pretty good size loss. Okay. Whoa, what's this play doing out of nowhere? So what's CNEY doing? What is this play doing? What is this doing? Probably has no news. Yep, no news. Just at lunch halter. Halt strategies working out right there. So your best bounce opportunity is going to be back at around the 115 to 110 mark. So somewhere in here for the bounce play, 115 to 110. Boom. Somewhere right around there. That would be the best bounce play. I doubt she sees back up to new highs. It's just kind of continuation. It's just momentum. Traders want to trade something. But that would be your best bounce barrier on CNEY. And since we have really no movement in after hours, what I'll do is here. SPY will leave. Oh, I think we can. We'll go to CNA right here. We'll go to CNA until we get after hours runners, and I'll probably get rid of CNA. Definitely probably get rid of Fat, but I can't believe I messed that trade up. And then today I get out at 414 as it's coming down, which was at the opening bell. I'm like, okay, this play may come back down. Like, I don't know why I even got out of it. I really don't. I shouldn't say I sold at 414. My average was like, that's where I sold at. My bad. My average, my bad. That's why I'm so confused here. My average was like 4, because I averaged in more today. I averaged in heavy today because I had more average in prices as it was coming down at 4.6 and 4.30. That's why I started losing so much. My average originally, I forgot what it was on Friday, but it was lower than 4.14. And then I added in today heavy up top as this was coming on down. And that's where I messed up because I was in light to begin with on Friday. Friday, I think I only did like 100 shares. I was like, why is this now making sense? I'm going back and look at all my filled orders. So Friday I got in light, 100 shares. Then I was adding in on pullbacks. So that's the reason why I was thinking like, hey, this is either gap and go. Friday it didn't. So when it came down to these areas, I think this is where I was filled on Friday more here. I have to go back and look at them all now, what time and day I got in on them. This is where I'm pretty sure I was filled Friday, and I had more orders to get filled in this area today. And so then it was just adding into it, or my average entry was probably somewhere right around 460 or something like that. I had to go back and do the math and do what $1,100, $1,200 losses at getting out at 414. But yeah, that now I remember. So I got in early. Should have just kept the 100 shares. Just said fuck it. Just go small. Test this out. See if I'm right. But that, yeah, that's now it's coming back to me. That's how I messed up Fatten, because that's what sucks in the end. When I went back and saw this at the end of the day after I've gotten out of this, now it would have been green in the trade, probably up 20, 30 cents, at least somewhere in there. Within that one hurts a little bit, Fatten, because I was right in the end, getting in on dip buys for the move back up. I just don't trade those enough that I should have just trusted the chart, and Josh didn't trust the chart. He was a little wussy. A little wuss. A little wussy wanas, if you know what I mean. All right, team. I got it. Cosmic Rays, though. CNEY. You ain't got no alibi. This area is going to try to hold. We got a couple of areas that you could look at. Old resistance up top, but it's a little thicker. This one's a little more well-defined at 130. And then, of course, the most defined one down here that we really consolidated in the most time of the day, which is right around the 115, 120 mark. All right, I'm going to put another 10 orders in at 111. That'll take me down to 30 shares, but I'm going to put an order in for 111. Let's see if I just see anything on the chart here. Oh, my God. How am I getting in on these, team? How am I getting these this year? Okay, so we do have some open territory here. W and W, you got to think Easy Go. How long I held Easy Go for? Yeah, we could finally get caught up in the ones. We could finally get caught up here in the ones, like the low ones. All right, we'll do 111, all ones right there, see if we get filled. $140 trying to hold right there for, all right, I got to get some stuff done around the office team. Then yes, sir. Have a good night, guys. I'll put some jams back on. See you guys back in the morning. Expect the same thing tomorrow, team. Unfortunately, slower market overall. In market, pre-market with some spice and love here and there. And again, what we're looking at in pre-market, we're probably not looking at an hour or two after the opening bell. If anything does spike and go, here you go. CNEY. We were not looking at it at the opening bell. 100+% move later. So it's got to be that most likely again tomorrow. See you guys tomorrow.
trading in the same bag. That's not allowed anymore. So obviously it won't. Like on my live streams is that that you know, believe that about the effort they went in for on the ground to.
Day any better? It did nothing but losing money, and so I just have never gotten to politics or that whole tied to your team. And it just there's someone out there I know that's listening is.
I'm gonna say for most people, it's gonna be either Chinese food or Indian food.
Dies essentially.
Yeah, but that's it. I mean, we are getting more over here. I went to my first
Man, donut. I'm like, oh my god! I'm telling you, I'm Asian Creole food
here until probably about May.
Okay.
Every week they do the same thing. And so since he left me in 8 so then he is probably the worst thing you could do. So that's what I would. This guy, I know the guy you're talking about. So
so let's tell the. You helped out and made his journey up. Told me, and you're like, you can't believe where he's gotten to now, and his fun trials and tribulations that he had early on.
I've got more of them. I've got more now, but this guy, I know the guy you're talking about. So and just like I was saying, to level 1, level 2, level 3, it was like I'm only doing level. For me, Scotty. So one setup is probably the worst thing you could do. So that's what I would say. Keep the same process every single day.
Love it, absolutely love it. I can't say how much I say that.
The same process. Back, but I got one email. So he finished up in at the end, I think April. Software showing it about. He didn't even credit me. He didn't even credit me on the show. I was like, what? But yeah, what can you do? But you know, I haven't heard from him since even. But that was his little flex. So, but yeah, verified by TS that he probably earned about 110k after he left me within a very short space of time. So good luck to him. Good luck.
Yeah, no, I thought that was the funny.
The same process every single day.
Love it, absolutely love it. I can't say how much I say that same thing. Love it. Let's end on a good story. So let's end on a good. Let's end on a good story. Like, you only made how much? About 8K. And how long? A good story. Let's end on a good story. So let's tell the story of your buddy that you helped out and made his journey up. The story you told me, and you're like, you can't. Found out like you only made how much? About 8K. And how long?
It was on Top Step TV, verified for 104. $40K in payouts. So since yes, that I haven't heard from him since. Credit me on the show. I was like, what? But yeah. I was like, what? He's on the show. I was like, what?
Let's end on a good story. So Let's end on a good story. So let's tell the story of your buddy that let's end on a good story. So let's tell the story of your buddy. Let's end on a good story. So let's tell the story of your buddy.
No, this is working for me, or this isn't working for me, or just working for me, or this is working for me. It's got so one setup, same time of day, every weekday, do the same thing, and only after a couple of weeks then go. Be about it for this weekend.
So let's
Is that like Florida then? Because I
Yes,
felt
Florida.
like Florida was about 30, 35.
You know, if you're in Florida and you get the breeze, you're blah blah
Yeah.
blah. Let's start with that.
So whatever it is that you
You know, you help traders out. I want two things. First off, tell traders if they're getting into this or they're still struggling, what is one thing that you know would help them be successful that they need to start doing moving forward this weekend and Monday? Let's start with that.
banking on prop firms, basically getting paid. Is that you've been
Because I do want to end on this, and I'll have it probably clipped up enough. You know, you help traders out. I want two things. First off, You help traders out. I want two things. First off, tell traders if they're getting in.
So he was at 30. I've got more of them. I've got more.
You helped out and made his journey up. The story you can't say how much I say that same thing. And then secondly, let's end on it. You helped out. You help traders out. I want two things. First off, tell the story of your buddy. Let's end on a good story. So let's tell the story of your buddy that you've so thing. And then secondly, let's end on a good story. So let's tell the story of your buddy that you you help traders. You help traders. You help. You help traders out. I want two things.
educating traders. Yourself, I've been doing a bit of live streaming and that, so I do.
If and when like today with PLTR where I don't like shorting tops, I'm not coming
To go, like given that data yesterday, where do I have like AAA rated bonds in there? You can have AAA rated stuff. The past 2 years is now struggling on that, and they're like, no, okay, what do we do now? I'm in a sideways market. So it's just, again, a difficult play. It's just completely changed. Certainly this year it's changed in Trump.
We didn't know what it was going to be about. We were hoping it was going to be on the straight, this, that, or the other. The whole thing was, yeah,
Trading in the same bag. That's
let's hope. It's always anymore. If I'm not there, my eyes don't see it. I don't care what we can go through all. There's always drama, right, in high school. More gray or white hairs. So why a lot of meat, a lot of steak, a lot of so much food.
And do it the same process, the same setup, the same time.
They need to do forward, and then they'll do that one. I want two things. First off, tell traders if they're getting into this or they're still struggling, what is one thing that you know would help them be successful that they need to start doing moving forward this weekend and Monday? Let's start with that.
So whatever it is that you've been learning, I would say that one setup, do not divert from that one setup. Try and do it the same process, the same setup, the same time of session every single day. That's it. Just repeat the same process, because if you're chopping and changing from this to that, looking at YouTube and what everybody else is doing, as soon as you go down that road, you're never ever going to be able to track your stats and say, no, this is not working for me, or this is working for me. It's got so one setup, same time of day, every weekday, do the same thing, and only after a couple of weeks then go, right, this is working for me, or this isn't working for me. Or just in and out of trades, over trading is probably the worst thing you could do. So that's what I would say. Keep the same process every single day.
Love it. Absolutely love it. I can't tell you how much I say that same thing. And then secondly, let's end on a good story. So let's tell the story. Bye.